Thank you.
Yeah, I was missing. No, it's not this.
Recognizing a quorum of commissioners, I call the March 4th, 2026 meeting of the Cannabis Control Commission to order. This meeting is being held hybrid pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025 and is being recorded. Commissioners Benedon, Stebbins, Ryan, and myself are participating in today's meeting. All votes taken today will be by roll call. We have a full agenda today that I will generally summarize. We will start with opening comments from commissioners, followed by a vote on meeting minutes before we proceed to staff license recommendations. There are 2 license renewal recommendations and 1 final license recommendation. There are 7 items in the commission discussion and vote section today: change of ownership process, director of testing and compliance hiring process, launch of licensee outreach and feedback, review of internal processes for receiverships, discussion of centralized motion tracker, update on Boston Bud Factory stipulated agreements, and discussion and review of draft regulations and policy questions. I will note that it is my intent to have these discussion and review of draft regulations. Hopefully we can get through that within an hour to 90 minutes. And then we will take a brief break to set up the screens so that everyone can follow the process of going through the regulations to vote on those final regs, or hopefully vote on those final regs, or at least finalize the draft. I will ask that commissioners wishing to comment or ask questions during any part of the meeting raise their hand to be recognized. And again, commissioners, with those initial comments, I will turn things over for any comments or updates. I will go from right to left. Mine, Commissioner Roy, would you like to make an opening comment?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. And the beauty of having so many meetings is that keeps the comments really brief because we just had a meeting last week. So just looking forward to today. We have some excellent discussions around court-appointed receivers and how we can expand our very short current list of pre-approved receivers and how we can remove red tape. So we're going to be making some recommendations on that. And also I've had some great stakeholder meetings in between last week and this week. Around Secret Shopper. We had a great meeting with Jeff Rawson yesterday, and some other folks who had some really informative suggestions and recommendations. So I appreciate all of that and looking forward to going through the exclusivity and Secret Shopper with my colleagues. 2 very important initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. Just 2 quick updates. I want to thank the ownership and management of Baked Beans. They're a product manufacturer up in Beverly for hosting me for a tour. Great to see their operation, building out some of their needs in their workspace through Facebook Marketplace. That was intriguing. And in Chair, as you had suggested, I think at our last meeting, talked to them about the Equity Works career platform.
Just read my mind.
There we go. They were not aware of the resource, so we've since connected them with the EPCO team for any support that they might need going forward. Commissioner Roy and I also had a visit to Medicinal Genomics in Beverly. I want to thank Victor with them for his persistence in making sure yesterday's meeting happened. The company provides testing services across a breadth of industries, including cannabis, but is also assessing genomics and supplements, botanicals, other natural products. It was a good discussion. Commissioner Roy and I definitely got our steps in trying to find their office. But the visit was, for me, an important reminder that, for us, hopefully we can prioritize our work on the testing standards and any regulatory changes there after we wrap up exclusivity and Secret Shopper. So a good visit, but definitely got our steps in.
Thank you. Commissioner Benedon.
Thank you. I don't have updates today.
Thank you. And again, I will just thank, we've had a lot of work behind the scenes, and I want to thank just broadly a lot of the staff that have worked to get us here today, but especially pointing out Attorney Erica Bruno, who continues to lead the way on making the regulatory process move forward. We thank her for all her hard work, and we will get right to the first items, which will be Manager Suko Defoe, I believe, is presenting on behalf of licensing today. Is she here or remote?
I'm remote. Madam Chair, were you going to table the minutes?
Oh, geez, I totally missed that. I beg your pardon. Sorry about that. Thank you for pointing that out to me. Yes, sorry, sorry, Suko. The item on the agenda is the approval of one set of minutes from January 27th, 2026. Are there any questions or comments or additions that anyone needs to make to that draft of the January 27th, 2026 meeting? No. Hearing none. Commissioner Roy, I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes from January 27th, 2026.
So moved.
Do I hear a second? Commissioner Stebbins.
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. The minute approval passes unanimously. Thank you for pointing that out. Manager Defoe is presenting on behalf of licensing. There are two license renewal recommendations, Bell Fleur Holdings LLC and Vedi Naturals LLC. I don't know if you have any comments for us, Manager Defoe, at this point. And hearing none, I don't know if my fellow commissioners have any questions or comments about the suggestion that we renew these two licenses. Hearing and seeing none, Commissioner Roy, I'll entertain a motion to approve the two license renewal recommendations.
So moved.
Commissioner Stebbins, do I hear a second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will call the roll. Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It passes unanimously. Once again, vote on final licenses. And this again, just one final license recommendation. I do want to point out, I want to thank CIECEC, Armin. I don't know what your title or acronym is anymore, but I really want to thank the staff for the extra work that they did. This is a woman-owned, a minority-owned business out in West Springfield, and we appreciate the extra work that went into helping these folks get through this process. So again, I want to acknowledge the staff on this and thank them for that. This is one of those licenses that we really want to fulfill our mission and mandate to support certain cohorts, and this is one of them.
Chair,
Commissioner Stebbins?
I need to recuse myself. Do you want me to leave the room?
No, you don't need.
No, actually, we should start doing that. That's according to what I've.
Can you just comment on that? Because I've never, so just, and I'm fine, because we've gone back and.
Yeah, so I think we're gonna discuss at some point a previous practice of delegating authority to approve a license to staff when we were just barely at quorum with 3.
Yeah.
And so I think that you had some questions around whether or not
And we will be talking.
and we will be talking about that. And then I had brought up the topic of rules of necessity, which I believe our legal department is looking into the rules of necessity. And so part of the rules of necessity is when someone does recuse, they should technically, theoretically, just step out of the room because they should have no part in the deliberation or vote.
Okay,
So we can, I mean, it seems like a little overreach or it's a bit much, but I'm trying to.
thank you. And again, we can, because that research is being done. Executive Director, do you know when that research on the rules of necessity will be completed? When will we have that?
We should be able to bring that to the regular March meeting on the 12th.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, thank you. All right, so with Commissioner Stebbins having exited the room, Commissioner Roy, do I hear a motion to approve the final license recommendation of WS Coliseum?
Before I make the motion, Madam Chair, I'd also like to thank Acting Chair CIE Enos and the team. And I had asked for this to be put on the agenda a few weeks ago, and just to illustrate some of the red tape our licensees with architectural reviews and how it can really add months to the process. So I know it was, that everybody, it was all hands on deck to make sure we got rid of that red tape. We got through it. And again, woman-owned, minority-owned business. So we wish them well, like we wish all our licensees well, but I just want to thank the staff. And they did go through the timeline with me. So just, want to give a special recognition there, and so moved. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I hear a second? Commissioner Benedon?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Benedon?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It passes 3 in favor with 1 recusal.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Can you come back in? All right, so we are now moving on to the change of ownership process. And we will call up CIE Director of Enforcement Training, Armin Enos, and Director of Licensing, Olivia Koval. You did call him co-chair, by the way, so, you know, I'm coming up, so.
I did, yeah.
That's
the Armin.
Woo-hoo. All right, he's gonna be, so.
New business cards.
I know. So anyway, so I know that this was something that Commissioner Roy, that you had, you know, raised this as an issue, what we go through. So anyway, can you walk us through this? Oh, Commissioner Roy, yeah.
Just like, level set, it's that I've heard, you know, anecdotally, and folks have reached out that, you know, the process, let me just say, the process has improved dramatically from when the commission was first stood up. And it took, you know, once we started having this, it took a lot of time, and that's shrunk dramatically, which is fantastic. But what we're seeing now with change of ownership process is that we're seeing a lot of distressed licensees, and we're seeing, unfortunately, receiverships, which will be another topic for today. And time is of the essence sometimes when a licensee, an entity is distressed, and there's jobs on the line, right? There's bud tenders, there's people that work there, there's the people they contract with that. So, you know, and so in speaking with other folks, you know, how can we remove red tape on this process and still do our due diligence at the same time? And other jurisdictions, I'm not saying they do it better than us, but some of them are able to expedite the process much quicker than us. And, you know, and someone said to me, well, why are we really focusing on the seller as well as the buyer? And, you know, that was a question that was posed, and I'll pose to you. And maybe that's the part of the red tape we can eliminate. And how can we expedite the process in light of all the price compression and the economic challenges? Time is of the essence, time is money, all of that. And so I appreciate, I know you guys put effort into putting this together, and I appreciate that very much. And I think we got to put our collective heads together on how we can make this process a little more, you know, seamless, if that's
Always refer.
And I know they're complex too, right? I say it all the time. There's like parent companies, grandparent companies, holding companies, individuals, entities. I know there's a lot that goes into these. So, okay, thank you.
No, thank you. And again, and then this is also, again, in the eye-opening comment that Commissioner Bennett made about the ability to direct whether or not we continue to enforce regulations as we're looking to change some. So this sort of folds into that whole conversation. And I think that I shared here that Attorney Gooden gave me some eye-opening comments about some of the feedback that I'd got from licensees about, does every visit result in an NOD, but everything must be documented. And so that's, I think, what Commissioner Roy, you know, is referencing, is how do we get rid of some of those less important areas of enforcement so that you guys can really focus on public health and safety and protecting consumers. So if you can kind of walk us through what the sort of rationale is for that, help us determine whether or not maybe focusing less on sellers can save you time and can save, you know,
Definitely. So I'll start with what licensing does, because all changes of ownerships come to licensing first. So we have either individual change of ownerships, meaning those are very straightforward and usually quick. Let's say, you know, I have a company and I'm looking to add somebody to the board of directors or replace somebody. Usually that's just an individual change of ownership process. And if they're not acquiring more than 10% equity into the company, it's, you know, usually a very quick process. It doesn't have to come before the board. It's an ED approval sort of situation. After that, however, we have the entity change of ownerships, entity and individuals most of the time. So that's where either I am adding a parent company or I'm outright selling to a different company. So it is changing, you know, everything from everybody on the board, obviously, every entity, or essentially maybe potentially merging companies. On the licensing end, what we do at first is gather all the documentation. So this could be anything from background check forms that we need because, you know, we run a due diligence for new individuals or for those that haven't been background checked for over a year. Any kind of documents that are necessary to understand the companies that are involved, their background, the contracts that they may be involved in, such as consulting agreements, promissory notes, financial agreements.
Can I just interrupt? I understand all of that, but I'm sort of thinking of this from the posture of the company exiting. Is it that you need to have this sort of deep information when it's a more complex seller so that you can tie off the equity ownership? Is that
Essentially to do our due diligence, and that's where Armin will, co-CIE, so we'll speak more about that because that's something his team does, but essentially, yes, so we can get an idea of what's currently happening, what the structure makeup of the entity is, and what the proposed changes. Because believe it or not, through these due diligence systems that we have in place, we have discovered issues at times, things that hadn't been disclosed, things that should have been part of the license
for
record,
example?
but were not. So I guess I'll let you speak to that because that's more in your lane.
Sorry.
Thank you, Director Colo. Yes, Madam Chair. So in instances, and I'll kind of get into this further on the next slide with the entities. But there have been instances where, through the due diligence of our staff, it uncovers that someone that would have crossed that 10% threshold to require that disclosure. In some instances, that individual may not have been listed. Sometimes, and as I'll kind of.
Meaning in essence, the current owner may have been
Undisclosed. essentially.
Undisclosed. But I do want to state sometimes, again, the review will uncover, again, omissions, mistakes, discrepancies. But that is what our staff kind of takes a lot of time to do. And Madam Chair, you are correct that currently we look at the whole picture. So we're looking at the buyer and the seller. Basically, all agreements from both parties are examined to look at. And as Director Cobalt was stating, it is part of the due diligence review. But that is certainly an aspect of the process that takes time. I'll get into it kind of further in the process, but that is a big chunk of additional document requests that we send to the licensee and obviously reviewing that information. And if discrepancies are observed or noted, obviously we then have to talk with the parties involved to kind of straighten everything out.
But if we found a discrepancy that we'd missed, right, and this company or group of individuals or whatever is exiting, are we looking to file a notice of deficiency on their way out the door? Is it, what's the point? And that this is a lot of work, and I can hear you, saying that, but wouldn't we still have to accomplish the true ownership, the true structure with the new owners, because that's obviously going to change? So this is, and again, I don't know necessarily what they do in other states, but it's my understanding that when some person or entity that does have a controlling interest leaves, that they leave, and they may have made some mistakes. So are we looking backwards to fine or to hold them accountable? That to me, it seems like you're going to still, with the new owner, have to dig in deep, do due diligence, regardless of what they were doing previously.
Yes, Madam Chair, that is accurate. Another point that let me add that might give some additional context is when the FIT is doing it, before we kind of actually move to the report, there is an actual interview process that we have with the parties involved. So again, that is just another point where additional information is coming in. Again, this is all kind of under our due diligence.
But again, why did they all have to come together as the seller and buyer together? Or who gets interviewed? I mean, how is that? And again, I hope you don't mind me. This is like so detailed, but we're on the other side of things. And so understanding it. And when we get feedback from stakeholders, we don't want to be undermining anything you can do, but we also want to make sure that maybe, a lot of stuff has been around for a long time, and it's sort of like we keep doing what we've been doing and we hold ourselves to this standard. But like, why? What's the impact? So why the interview? What does that do? Not looking backwards, because it sounds to me like we may or may not, we're not going to be looking backwards at notices of, say if there's a company that was a real mess, okay? And it's like, oh my God, we're so glad that this group is getting out. If they have committed some, acts or their notices of deficiency, are we going to not let them out and then deal with them? That's, to me, that's the real purpose here is we're gonna let them out. We want to let them out. We want the business to be able to move forward. What is the reason for the backward look? And what is the reason for the interview? So I'm just gonna, the interview, what's the point and how do you conduct the interviews?
Oh, absolutely, Madam Chair. So again, the interview happens after the licensee has submitted the change of ownership control request. So the licensee, again, at this point, will have already submitted some documentation. But what the FIT team will do is, again, there's additional documentation inclusive of financial records, agreements held by all involved parties, meeting minutes from applicable governing bodies. But again, there is a time element where that is submitted by the time our staff reviews. Again, we want to ensure that the documentation that we have is still accurate. There are some instances where things may change. Some of these agreements may be, we are hopeful that they're final at the moment, but there's always the likelihood and potential that there's some additional adjustment between the buyer and the seller. Hopefully when we're speaking with them, that has been completed. But again, that is just to ensure that our documentation is in line. And again, kind of going back to the previous public meeting, and if a violation is observed and discovered, we would cite that, we would note that. And I think to get to your question about why the back.
Can I stop you? You said it noted. Who's responsible for it? The new ownership team didn't do it.
We would potentially still be looking at the original licensee, because the reality is, as we're working through the process, until the board actually votes and approves to effectuate that change of ownership, the seller is still a licensee, the buyer is still a prospective. They are not a licensee yet. So until the board kind of votes to move that, we are still looking at the buyer as you are still the holder of the license. We are still expecting you to abide by our regulations and maintain compliance up until the point where the board then votes to grant that. Another point I want to mention is that there are ownerships that kind of vary across licensees. So just because one entity or individual might be getting out of one licensee, they may still have a footprint or a presence throughout another licensee in the state. So obviously,
Meaning license cap issues?
we're not saying issues, but you will see.
No, but I mean, are you raising that as a license cap possibility?
Well, absolutely, sure.
Okay.
Absolutely. But again, Madam Chair, it's our staff's just efforts to, again, ensure that the documentation we have received at every point in the process is accurate as of, the date we talk with the licensee. So during the interview, again, it may seem like it might be redundant for the licensee because they've already submitted that. But again, that's just when the FIT team is assigned them to maybe assure that what we have is current and what we have in the report is accurate. So when the board is obviously recommending them for that change of ownership, we just want to ensure that all information is accurate as the best to our ability.
So is the meeting, so you're submitting, and I'm not being too annoying here, but so they've submitted all this paperwork. Do they sign it? I don't know, as an attestation, pains and penalties of perjury. What is the purpose of the interview if they've submitted all the written documentation that you need?
So the other aspect of that is, again, the buyer and the seller are on that call at the same time. So that's also kind of an opportunity for the FIT team to, again, verify information in a scenario where we have both parties there to answer questions. And again, I think where that kind of shows its benefit and utility, again, if there is a discrepancy noted, having the ability to have both parties on the line at the same time to look at the documentation together, it just helps us kind of shore up any issues or challenges. Again, so the interview is hopefully the verification, but if there are discrepancies, to bring those to light for both the buyer and the seller to hopefully explain to the FIT team in the moment. But again, it's just a verification due diligence to ensure that what we have been submitted is accurate to the best of our ability and knowledge.
Could we do the interview with just the seller, with the with just the buyer, with the seller sending us written documentation and signed under pains and penalties of perjury that then allow you? All I'm trying to say is there any way to make this, because again, I've seen just in the past week how long it takes to schedule certain things here, and so how do we reduce this burden on the seller? Because it seems to make sense. Is it possible to maybe just send in the written documentation, the COO, the CEO, the board, whatever, file something on behalf of the company again, under pains and penalties of perjury, attestation, again, I'm not a gun to Florida, know maybe what that would look like. But is that possible to do something like that so that we could streamline that interview process? So it really becomes looking forward. And obviously, if there are any outstanding NODs, I'm just looking at timeframes because I am seeing a lot of stuff getting kicked down the road. We'll be talking about that a little bit later in terms of how long it sometimes takes to sort of finalize findings and get things to the commission. So I don't know if that's something that makes any sense. And again, I want you to debate against me because I appreciate your expertise because I come up with an idea. It doesn't mean the idea is a good one.
Sure.
A lot of times it's not.
Oh, no, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me first respond by, if I could have the opportunity maybe to reconvene with the FIT team managers, just to run this by them. But certainly if this is the direction that the board is interested
We
in.
don't have to do anything final here today. It's really just, how limited we are with open meeting law. And so sometimes we get questions and I can't call, I've obviously had a conversation with one commissioner, but I can't have a conversation with two other commissioners. And I think that one of the first times that I heard this raised was, at an event where both Commissioner Roy and I were presenting a panel and someone said, "Oh, what do you think?" And I'm like, "I don't know." So this is, again, not meant to be grilling anybody, but just to sort of understand when we get a question from stakeholders, when we see other jurisdictions that are doing something that seems a lot less cumbersome for both the seller, but also you guys, right? If there's any, way we can consider that, I'd love to take that off your plate. You're wearing two hats. I don't know how many hats you're wearing, but right now we are understaffed. We have a hiring freeze. And so I'm also trying to figure out how we can make your job easier to do. So if you want to, we can reconvene or we can re-up this issue. Commissioner Roy and then Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you. I just have a few questions. What's the average timeline? Oh, is it on?
Next slide, yeah, if we go to the next slide, I can start speaking to some of it.
No, I'm kidding. I know. I know.
But, to some of your previous points, I just wanted to quickly respond to that. I do think this is something that's come potentially from previous leadership, it was like, really, let's really look into every nook and cranny. There have been questions in the past, kind of, it seems like we're doing a different type of review for changes of ownership as compared to new applications. So for example, new applicants, we don't go through every type of document to the point that we do in changes of ownership. So in terms of asking for so many contracts, consulting agreements, promissory notes, and all that sort of stuff. One thing though I do want to bring up is that there have been other state agencies such as the DOR who often question us regarding, are you allowing a change of ownership for somebody who's not in good standing? Because DOR's opinion is that perhaps that's not.
You mean not in good standing with the Department of Revenue?
Yeah, correct. Yeah. So if they're not able to get a certificate of good standing with the DOR, it's their opinion that, that's not, perhaps we shouldn't be allowing the sale of that license. But that's something,
Can you get into that with me if they're not in good stand?
So essentially, if let's say, I'm trying to sell my license and I owe $1 million in taxes, I shouldn't be allowed to sell that license because it's not in good standing with the Department of Revenue.
And we can't renew them if they're not in good standing. So same thing with renewals. They cannot be renewed if they're not.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's something, we're collaborating as we speak with DOR to kind of understand what they're looking for,
Right.
Because it's the same, like to your point for renewals, the same thing there. It's, flagged like ensure essentially you're not allowing a licensee to get away with their outstanding debts to the Commonwealth by allowing them to sell the license and, essentially maybe evade that DOR responsibility.
If I may, Madam Chair, just follow up. So is the FIT team internal staff or is that external?
For which
The FIT.
FIT team is internal. Yeah, it's not
It's
under the
internal.
investigation. It's
I
an
don't
investigation.
got it. I just it's kind of one of those
Yeah.
things. It's like a little cryptic.
Yeah, financial investigation team, yeah.
Okay, okay.
I was on that team as well, so
Okay.
I
and-
liked it because it's
I
a fit.
appreciate
That's the
their
only
work. I
way.
know these are complicated and so I guess I'm confused, like 95 days for an individual only, which would seem more straightforward and easier than an individual and entity, which is half the time at 46 days. So
It is, and so here, one thing I need to highlight is that this does contain outliers. So in reality, the number is actually smaller, but we have had instances where, for example, we've asked for something as simple as, give us background check documentation, and it took 6 months for them to reply. Other times, they submit a change of ownership and they put a pause for unknown reasons. So that does factor into it. We could try to run the numbers and kind of go through
Remove the
manually,
outliers.
remove the outliers and get a truer number. That this does include some outliers, which some of them can be quite bad. I mean, we've had changes of ownerships take, as I said, over a year. And in situations such as those, even at the end of it all, they didn't even end up effectuating. So essentially, they said, we changed our mind. We're not going through with this. But those individual changes of ownership, the other issue is it could also essentially, during the background check, if a suitability issue was discovered, that could also extend the process.
Is that on the seller? We've already done background checks.
No, it would be on the new person coming in, on the new.
I have more questions, but.
Okay, I know Commissioner Stebbins and then Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I think this is a good discussion. I'd be curious when we're looking at other jurisdictions. Obviously, Massachusetts operates under ownership caps, right? So appreciate that. We don't want anybody violating that. It turned a question to the ED because it's a timely topic, but we're all preparing this is going to change. What's before the conference committee may up ownership limits.
And we'll see
It's
more
gonna
changes of
We
ownership.
will see more changes of ownership. So, and we know there are people looking to exit the market and perhaps sell their license. So to help us think through, despite our budgetary constraints, what thoughts you have in terms of us being prepared for what could be an onslaught over the next year?
It's fine, but I'd really like to focus on where we are right now, but go ahead if you have some comments, because I'm trying to just make sure we understand what the process is, because if that number increases, we might have to beef up what we're doing here, but go ahead. That's fine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think a couple things, a couple data points that Commissioner Roy had asked for. One is the screen, and obviously, potentially looking at and removing some of the outliers, and talking about some of why those outliers exist might give a little bit more context. I think we referenced potentially coming back with this issue. The other item that Commissioner Roy asked for that we're still working on with the government affairs team is just comparing other jurisdictions' processes where they may have some differentiation from ours. So we don't have that today. So certainly bringing the topic back, taking the feedback from the board today with some suggestions to Commissioner Stebbins' point about what we would want to change within the process to reduce the timeline, I think would be an excellent next step. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you. My question related to the timing. So the way I understand this, and please correct me if I'm wrong, and this is a question through the chair to Director Koval. So the 95 days and the 46 days do not represent the same scope of work, right?
No,
So the
correct.
46 days is only one step, and then there's
Correct.
the 83 days on top of the 46
Yes,
days.
that's correct.
And then there's presumably some.
So,
So what I'm trying to understand is, and maybe it's the next slide, but
This is the last slide, but.
okay. So for, if there's an entity involved, it's on average, recognizing there are definitely outliers, high and low, but it's 46 days plus 83 days plus something after that.
Correct. Well, so technically, so what happens is licensing gets it. I'm talking about the entity changes of ownership
Yeah.
now. We make sure we get all the documentation, the payment. That's another thing that usually will slow down
I was gonna
is
bring that up.
receiving payments, because
Next.
especially for entities, it's $5,000 an entity per license. So let's say you're looking to change an entity on 6 licenses. Some people have a lot of licenses. That's $30,000 right there. So that will slow down the process, but essentially licensing will receive all the documentation. We'll do our due diligence to see anything's missing or any questions we may have. That typically takes 46 days with outliers. From that point on, then we refer to the FIT team, the financial investigations team, which then take over and do, the process that our CIE, co-CIE, spoke to. And that co-chair, yeah. That typically takes 83 days for them to do their due diligence and get a FIT report. After that point, they send us the FIT report. And if licensing has the background check cleared, because sometimes that's also another sticking point. If the background check's all clear, then licensing moves up that recommendation to the board. If, however, we get the FIT report and the background checks are still outstanding or the fingerprints, for whatever reason, we need to hold it until we get that information. And assumingly that's all clear, then that's ready for recommendation to the board.
You had a, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, no, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to add one point to Director Koval. I forgot to mention earlier. We have and currently engaged with a firm, Citron Cooperman, that was kind of set up years ago under kind of the former CIE and under the DOI. And that's kind of reserved, as Director Koval was mentioning. Sometimes with these entity COOs, they are very complex. There's a lot of layers to them. So we have engaged with Citron Cooperman in the past and continue to do so for our more kind of complex ones.
But is this, see, I understand complex ownership coming in, right? It's and maybe we need to get a little bit more feedback or research and comparison from other jurisdictions, because if someone changes their mind, there's nothing we can do, and that's going to add to it. So that's really not what we're looking at here. We're looking at the sense of urgency with which, and I understand the Department of Revenue, saying, we have, I mean, frankly, I mean, I, told the story at the lottery, like we put liens on your lottery winnings. So, you know what I mean? So, and we've had to go through that. And, so I understand DOR's interest in certain things as it pertains to that, public entity. But here, when you do have someone that might be in distress, maybe they're not good operators too, right? Maybe they're not. So how do we help the new owners? Because we have seen more receiverships this week, or they're coming up. There will be more this year. So how do we, as Commissioner Roy sort of launched it, how do we make sure that we streamline as much as possible? I understand the tying off, but the people coming in have to do all that due diligence and have to give us that information, regardless of who the seller was. So I don't know if we've beaten the horse to death yet, but I'm trying to sort of figure out, because I still think that we have an opportunity to streamline this process, take the burden off of you, but still have a fully compliant license and ownership. And we still have the opportunity to get that information by digging into the new ownership team. So Commissioner Roy?
And to Commissioner, thank you, Madam Chair, to Commissioner Benham's point. So adding these up could range it from approximately 130 days to 170 days. And, also I think there's IT limitations. Is it my understanding they have to send separate PDFs or PDFs? And like, they can't just upload everything in mass CIP, right?
No,
we have IT limitations that slow down the process. And then they have to have a mailed check. They can't pay electronic, they can't pay. That slows the process. So it's like death by 1,000 cuts. And so, maybe if we rely on attestations on the seller, pains and penalties and look at ways we can reduce it, because 130 to 170 days is a long time when you have a distressed, license, and time is of the essence. And so maybe there's ways that with that, obviously we still need to do our due diligence, and maybe there's technology that can help us review these documents, right? And more expo, right? So let's look at that. Obviously our IT slows it down. The mail and check, can we go to electronic payments? I don't know. That's a CFAO question, but those are just some of the things.
I see the CFAO in the audience. Could we go to electronic payments for this change of ownership rather than requiring
Snail mail?
Snail mail? You can come up, or you can just say yes, and I will repeat what you said.
As of right now, that's not an option in our software.
Why don't you just,
Yeah,
come up there? If you could just explain that, sir, apologize. And again, and I hope this is not, I hope you know, we're not.
We're trying to remove red tape for you too.
We know that you guys are short a lot of people. We know that
We
you're
appreciate
two hats, so we just want to make sure,
Well, thank you.
all right, CFAO, could you restate the question and while she's here?
Yeah, of course. And obviously we have IT limitations with uploading documents and the lack of technology to help review documents.
Mhm.
And then there's this having to rely on snail mail to pay versus
Why?
2 seconds paying electronically. And it's a software limitation?
That's my understanding right now. Mass CIP does not allow for that type of application. I believe Director of License may be able to comment on that. There is a request in.
Yes, so we did put a request in with our third-party vendor that's managing our licensing software to see if we can get these applications online. We've had multiple meetings and, I'm sure potentially, I don't see him here. I thought CTIO would want to opine as well, but essentially they are having kind of difficulty envisioning how to make this work. So they're trying to troubleshoot and come up with potential options for us. But right now it's not there and it probably would take time if they are able to give us a solution.
How many change of ownerships do we process a year? Because I'm also thinking, in terms of how many?
I can
Ballpark.
look for
Ballpark. I don't need an exact number, like your best guess.
if you give me like 2 minutes.
Okay. So anyway, Executive Director.
I think as Director of Licensing pulls up the number, I think this is one example of many of the challenges that the CFAO, Director of Licensing, and others have dealt with. It's why within our request for the last couple of budget cycles was including 2 different IT platforms. One we got funded through EOTS, which we've talked about in previous meetings, and the other one is Mass CIP, which we are also hoping to move forward with either a significant enhancement or replacement of, and that is we'll obviously be discussing next week in our budget request as well.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, and I don't know if there's any more you guys want to add, but I think that we have probably gotten as far in this conversation, in terms of, but I would, ask the GAP team and I would ask you guys, understanding that unless we do have some responsibility to DOR, it feels like what we want to do is make this as seamless as possible for the new ownership to come in and to move in a new direction. And we're not going to be changing the diligence that you guys go through when it comes to new ownership. If there's a way to find anything that's streamlined where we could go to an attestation and it's all paperwork, that's the kind of thing that I think might save you guys a lot of time.
Right.
And man and woman power.
So, and for the number you requested, this was provided by the comps team. For the changes of ownership that have come before the board for 2025, there were 48. But again, that doesn't encompass the ones that don't come before the board. So the ones that are below 10% or just individual change. So we're trying to get that number as well for 2025. If I had to guess, I'd say like in maybe around 100, but they're enough. And to your point,
But what I'm saying is it's about 50 that have to go through this more rigorous. process
yes,
Because it's under the
yes,
threshold.
yes.
I mean, old. threshold.
Yes, and the FIT team is, as you said, just one small team. It's not the entire investigation team working on the FIT team. So,
All right.
I have a motion language that I'd like to recommend.
Oh, all right. Okay.
I'll just put it in the chat. Take a minute and look at that.
Up here. Do you have it in the chat? So Commissioner Roy has put it in the chat. How does the public access the chat if this is a public document?
PRR.
They have to do a public records request.
Could we read it aloud as well?
Yeah,
Yes.
we will. I'm just, Commissioner Roy, do you
Okay.
want to just read it? Yeah. So for the people who don't want to have to file a public records.
Sure. Move to direct staff to conduct a comprehensive review of the commission's current change of ownership and change of control where applicable processes and requirements, including but not limited to the associated application forms, supporting documentation, review workflows, approval thresholds, and timelines. As part of the reviews, staff shall, 1, identify operational, legal, and policy bottlenecks that may contribute to unnecessary delay or administrative burden for applicants in the commission. Number 2, evaluate opportunities to streamline, standardize, or otherwise improve the efficiency, transparency, and predictability of the change of ownership process, including potential use of existing electronic systems and tools. Number 3, assess any needed regulatory policy or procedural changes and consider potential impacts on public health and safety, equity, and compliance. Staff is further directed to return to the commission within 45 days with written recommendations, including any proposed regulatory amendments, policy updates, or process improvements for the commission's discussion and possible action. And if I may, Madam Chair.
Please, thank you.
And this is also goes to, right now, we're in budget season and we're gonna be Monday, we're gonna be out in the Cape testifying, and like, we don't know what we don't know. And I'm just unearthing and uncovering today that the deficiencies in our software around change, I didn't know around that. And we're able to advocate as another example of advocating for, you know, further upgrades that could assist you and your team, right? But I don't know what I don't know, and I didn't know this, yeah.
Do we need to conduct a comprehensive review of the current, do we want to add any language about survey other states? Or, I mean, I don't want to make this a big.
Yeah, I don't want to make it a big, it's wordy, but.
But can you also, just for the purposes of this motion, can you just sort of publicize what states you have heard? And again, this may be.
I think it was Maryland. Some states I'm hearing get it done in a matter of weeks, and like, yeah, and so this is where, you know, Jess and the team, the GAP team, are really going to inform us to see, because why reinvent the wheel if, you know, someone that came after us figured out a way to do it, you know, quicker than us, but not, you know, sacrificing due diligence. So we could add the other jurisdictions, because I think that could inform us as well.
Yeah,
I can add it.
Yeah, move to direct to conduct the current change of ownership to review other comparative jurisdictions, maybe to review comparative other jurisdictions. And Executive Director, do you have language?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not language, I would just request, looking at what we have lined up for the majority of March right now, if 60 days makes more sense than 45, just thinking about timeline here when we would bring this back. Thank you.
Writing that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But it's almost like it doesn't have to. I think it's almost looking at what other states are doing.
Okay, I added, oh, do you want me to change it to 60 days? Is that,
Yeah, 60, I think
that gives you more time to, hold on. So I have specific states that have models, to your point, in the motion language that that GAP could look to. So I'll just, yeah, number 2.
Oh, all right, so I'll read, so the motion has not been seconded.
Should I reread it again? Because we
Yeah, why don't you, Robert's rules are rusty here, but, all right, not having been seconded, I will ask Commissioner Roy to restate her motion.
Yes, and based on friendly edits. So thank you. It's just that I should say, move that the commission hereby directs staff to conduct a comprehensive review of the commission's current change of ownership and change of control where applicable processes and requirements, including but not limited to the associated application forms, supporting documentation, review workflows, approval thresholds, and timelines. As part of this review, staff shall, number 1, identify operational, legal, and policy bottlenecks that may contribute to unnecessary delay or administrative burden for applicants and the commission. Number 2, evaluate processes and timelines for change of ownership in other jurisdictions with mature adult use cannabis programs, including but not limited to states such as California, which is a notice-based for partial changes, Arizona notice model, and those with approval models like Colorado, New York, New Jersey, and Maryland. Analyze key differences in approval notice regimes, average processing times, weeks for notice states versus months for pre-approval, statutory timelines were established, electronic submission usage, delegation authorities, and fee structures. Number 3, assess opportunities to streamline, standardize, or otherwise improve the efficiency, transparency, and predictability of the change of ownership process in Massachusetts, including benchmarking against peer states, potential adoption of notice filings for low-risk changes, mandated service agreements, and expanded use of electronic systems like Mass CIP. Consider any needed regulatory policy or procedural changes and evaluate potential impacts on public health, safety, equity goals, compliance, and industry growth. Staff is further directed to return to the commission within 60 days with written recommendations, including a comparative summary of other jurisdictions' approaches and timelines, proposed regulatory amendments, policy updates, or process improvements for the commission's discussion and possible action. I'll make those edits in the chat.
Can I make a friendly edit?
Sure.
Can we end this motion with written recommendations? And let me tell you why. Because if they follow this to the letter of the law, this
It's a lot.
is a PhD.
All right, so you're right. The capstone project. I agree. So just end it, delete.
I think delete that. What I really think we want to understand, right? And I just will state this, I'm not worried about checking every single box in here. It's just we write these things on the fly during the meeting and trying to make it. We don't want you to have to write a PhD. I just love your recommendation. And I think that, and I don't know if you agree with this, Commissioner Roy, but I think that if we keep it to a recommendation, then we don't have to have all of that in there. It's just, these are the things that we want them to consider. And you may say, this is the worst idea I've ever had. DOR is going to hate us. I mean, we'll listen to that. But it's really just, how can we help you? How can we, looking at the potential for future changes of ownership, how can we streamline this? Because again, you guys are wearing multiple hats. We have, we don't have enough people doing some of the stuff. So I just want to make sure that, so are you okay with that, Commissioner Roy?
I'm great, but I just have a comment. So number 2 will fall on GAP. And I want to thank them in advance because that's a lot to go through and look at these other jurisdictions. When GAP is able to synthesize all that information and bring it to, Director Colville and acting chief of investigations and enforcement, and you guys can look at other jurisdictions. And so 2 is going to take a lot of legwork, which will, ultimately GAP will do and bring you what the other jurisdictions are doing. And then, advocate for the upgrades you need in IT, specifically what they are, what you would, if you had a magic wand, what you would like to see, and because we don't know. So,
all right. So I think, there's your minute. I'm sorry.
Thank you. A quick question, which is whether we have internal SOPs that Director Koval's team uses that would contain at least some of the information regarding the existing process. I did just a quick search on our intranet and didn't see them. That doesn't mean they don't exist, only that they're not there for me.
We do. And I think
wonder
I believe FIT does too.
So could those be shared with commissioners? It might just provide some of the detail that we are looking for, and that's a document that already exists.
Yeah.
right.
That as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. All right. First officially dead. All right. So in finalizing it, just to finish it, staff is further directed to return the commission within 60 days with written recommendations. So again, it's not like we want to make this, because I think you might look at some of these other jurisdictions and go, oh,
Right.
Could have had a meeting like that. I could do that. So anyway, but if we can make that easier, we'd love to do that. So that has been moved. The language is in the chat. And do I hear a second? Commissioner Benedon.
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call the roll. Commissioner Benedon.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. This motion passes unanimously. And again, it was a long conversation, but it
Helpful
really,
though.
yeah, very, very helpful. All right, so moving on to Director of Testing and Compliance hiring process, and I'll just ask the Executive Director to speak about that. And this is one of the things I'm just going to raise, that as we are out doing the search, one of the issues that I found is that we need to make sure that this new Director of Testing and Compliance will have the authority and the ability to freely and openly speak about the potential for testing fraud. So I just want to remind all the people who are going to be working on that, that is one of the questions that I hope as people are interviewing, that we get a sense of comfort that this new person will be able to function independently to make scientific decisions around compliance. Commissioner Roy?
So we know this hasn't been an issue in the past. And so I don't know how we get assurances, I guess, to the chair, to the executive director, that the new director of testing will be able to talk about those issues.
Executive Director?
If you'd like me to review the process here.
No, I think she's asking the first question, then well get into the process.
Certainly. So this position reports to the CIE. The CIE is also in a recruitment process right now, and I don't have any concerns with this statement and confirming that this individual will be tasked with reporting to the CIE and overseeing our testing unit.
So I'm just asking because it is my understanding that is one of the reasons that we were not able to keep one of the folks who had this role, and that there were some concerns that there was preventing an honest dialogue and conversation about testing fraud. So I just want to get assurances from you that whomever is hired has the authority to protect the commission, to ensure that that work is being done so that honest operators are held accountable, as well as the less than honest operators. That is an issue that we've talked about. We need to continue to raise it, and I just want to make sure that we have your assurances that that will happen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no problem giving you my assurances of that.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
And thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Executive Director. You know, when we meet with the ITLs on a regular cadence, that person was advised, I was told by legal, not to be able to talk about those broadly. We're saying we don't want to violate any 30A, or we don't want to violate, name licensees, but just to talk about the issues broadly. It's a nationwide problem. It's not just unique to Massachusetts. So talking about potency inflation or lab shopping broadly without going granular into any litigation or any licensee, that's what we're looking for, to be able to address these issues that way.
Thank you. All right. I don't know if there are any, but if you want to just talk to us about the process and how that's being handled.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. Very excited. Very good response. Obviously, the commissioners had approved a change to the title itself, which is now the Director of Testing Compliance. At the time that we discussed that, there was also a couple items identified within the job description. This was the original job description when the position was created, and there were some clarifying things that needed to be made. It sort of worded it as if this individual was kind of almost operating within the ITLs themselves rather than within the commission. So we did clarify that, make some adjustments to the job description itself. That was posted on February 2nd. It is posted open until filled, meaning that somebody can still apply. However, obviously, this is a significant position, as was mentioned. As of March 3rd, we have 49 applications, and phone screens have started, but that will take some time, approximately 6 weeks.
Who is conducting?
That is HR Generalist Pierre Lewis.
Who is conducting the phone screen?
The HR Generalist, Soraya.
Oh,
Pierre
okay.
Lewis. And so she does a phenomenal job, obviously, again, with such a good response that will take a little bit of time to conduct those phone screens.
Because I've seen phone screens, not necessarily. So in terms of the phone screen, what discretion does she have in terms, I mean, what is the phone screen for?
We are obviously looking to confirm that the individual meets the minimum qualifications of the position. And if they are, then obviously comparatively, how many we're looking to move forward into the screening panel itself, which is the next step I was going to refer.
Wait a minute, I'm not sure. So they're just screening for the minimum qualifications, but there's no decision-making at that screening level, yes?
If individuals are found not to be meeting those qualifications, certainly they would be screened out.
Okay, all right, thanks.
And then the screening panel itself, the commissioner assigned to that by the chair is Commissioner Roy. The co-interim CIEs, EC Gooden and Director Enos are on that, as well as the HR generalist that I mentioned earlier. Those should take approximately 1 to 2 weeks. So as we go through the phone screens, I know I'm setting up Commissioner Roy to talk to the CPO most likely early next week on where we are while we're still in the phone screening process. And then once we move beyond that, we'll have schedules set up with those actual interviews with the candidates. And then at that point, we should be able to give the board an update, hopefully by the end of March or early April.
By March, the end of March?
I would assume that the actual interviews are scheduled for the last couple of weeks in March. So hopefully we can be providing updates.
Great. Commissioner Roy?
Thank you. And, you know, I've had the fortunate experience of sitting on a number of hiring panels. And some of them, you know, so there was 49 applicants. Who screened to advance the 4? Who looked at the 49 applications?
I'm sorry, if that's not clear, there are not simply phone screens being done. That's how many have been done.
Yeah, but who, I guess what I'm saying is, who made the unilateral decision to advance those 4?
So the HR department is reviewing the paperwork that comes in based on the job description, and folks who indicate on paper that they meet the minimum qualifications are going into the phone screen process. And then the phone screen process will further clarify that.
Does Commissioner Roy currently have access to all the resumes?
That is what I'm setting up Commissioner Roy with the CPO when she's available, which probably will not be until early next week. We will get that done during the phone.
If she's not here until next week, I would direct you to make sure that she has access to that before the end of the week.
I will have Commissioner Roy work with the CPO as quickly as possible.
All right, thank you.
And so I guess, just if I may, just to button this up. So I'll have an ability, afforded the ability to go through all 49. And if I see one perhaps that I think is worthy of advancing to the phone screen, I'll be able to flag that.
I will need you to do that with the CPO.
Okay, thank you.
That's good. Any other questions or comments? Excellent. Thank you for the update. Launch of licensee outreach and feedback. Just want to let licensees know that I will be working with CCIE, Armand Enos. We will be setting up a regular pace. I would like to join, but I also will offer making sure that we don't violate open meeting law, different commissioners to be able to join. As we have stated in the past, the reason that this position was created to not only train investigative staff, but also to provide in the moment feedback to licensees. So again, I just, Armin, there's nothing, you and I can be working on this offline, but I just want to let people know that just like the Alcohol and Beverage Control Commission, when I met with Ralph Sacramone several years ago, he told me that when they began having these regular meetings, that allowing licensees to come and to ask questions reduced violations by 50%. So this is also part of our streamlining to make sure that we are answering questions for licensees. The policy of the past has been, call your lawyer. And this is not Armin. Call your lawyer. We don't do that for licensees. But the fact is, we need to make sure that all of our investigative team is on the same page, that they understand how the regulations need to be enforced. And also we need to be working with licensees to make sure that they can get answers to questions about regulatory or statutory framework so that they can either get in compliance or stay in compliance. So anyway, that's Commissioner Roy.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. And this is great. And conceptually, I'm just trying to understand. So you and CIE, Enos will do a compliance tour?
Yeah, we're gonna set that up, and
So it'll be
obviously,
like regionally, and it will be like a PowerPoint based on the NOD information that we got that meeting.
that's what I anticipate. And it's really just because we do know that there are very common NODs. We know that, and I think Commissioner Stebbins, provided us with some clear information that communication is not always seamless between the commission and licensees. And obviously, our CTIO, is working to help us to enhance our ability to communicate in a more seamless fashion. But for instance, we know a lot of licensees don't know about Equity Hub. We know that a lot of licensees did not understand that they could begin selling shelf-stable products. So this is part of the ongoing communications effort, and probably will be working, with the communications team as well, to put together a PowerPoint and then bring back questions or answer them, live. And again, we also know that people are wearing multiple hats. So this is something that, we will figure out what that cadence is. But figuring out how we can, and maybe it's not even live, maybe it's not even in person. Maybe we just say, what's the question of the day? What's the question of the month? I'm not really sure. I want to make sure that we can, though, answer questions. It also helps with the training of our investigative team, but it helps licensees comply. So it's still to be determined how we actually implement that and how we make this public, but working with acting chief or co-chief of enforcement and investigations and enforcement to make sure that we get this ball rolling after a couple of years. So thank you. All right, so moving on to that, review of internal processes for receiverships. Commissioner Roy, you
I think EC Gooden or CIE, EC Gooden.
EIO.
It's funny that you say that, Madam Chair, because I have been using my phone for a number of years. It's very.
It's awesome.
All right.
Okay, so I don't know, do we have slides on? No, we don't. Okay, so no slides off the top of my head. I just want to thank the executive director and Tim and Jake and Olivia. We were on a call this week, try to put our collective heads together around receiverships. I had flagged, about a month ago, the current state of Massachusetts industry. I think at that time was there 24 receiverships across different license types. And since then, I think 5 more have been added. So now we're around 29 in receivership. And sadly, I think that list is going to be growing. And then I heard, as I meet with folks and have meetings and hear that it's kind of like the Wild West a little bit. And, this is a court-appointed receiver. It's not a commission-appointed receiver, but we do have pre-approved appointees for receivership. And the list is not very long. And we also have statutory cap limits that we need to adhere to. And so increasing that list provides not only a service, if you will, to the courts, that these folks have an expertise, they've been pre-vetted, but to, quite frankly, to the licensee that's distressed. And sometimes it's not necessarily saving the business, it's appropriately winding it down or perhaps finding a buyer. And, what I'm hearing is some folks are charging exorbitant fees. And how can we have a little bit more of a lens on it and, and increase that list? And the court doesn't have to use this list, but it's a service we could provide to say that these folks, we've done their background checks. We've looked into these folks and we consider them qualified to be pre-certified as an appointee or receiver. So, and also we identified 2 areas of red tape. I believe one of the areas sits in regulation, if not both, and we might have some creative ways to lift some of that red tape, which disincentivizes folks currently to become pre-approved by the commission. And so I know Executive Director was talking to the CFAO about that. We have some proposed motion language, but I'm going to, through the chair, throw it to CIE, EC, good.
And you bet.
Please, thank you.
So yes, I think Commissioner Roy, what you identified is correct. I think as a kind of a general matter, incentivizing folks to get into the pre-approval process does generally make sense. Per our regulations, the commission has identified at least 2 two qualifications that we deem essential for pre-approved court appointees, or all court appointees, I should say. That is, just to cite the regulation here, as I am wont to do, it is 935 CMR 500-104, subsection 3, clause D, sub 1, which identifies those qualifications. Now, I will caveat that this does say the commission deems the following qualifications essential in a court appointee, subject to the court's discretion. So as Commissioner Roy identified, this really is a court process when a receiver is being appointed. So the court has ultimate jurisdiction over it. However, the ownership and control limitations, namely a cap issue, that's identified in statute. It's something we would want to make sure that the court is aware of, as well as suitability. So suitability might be one of those areas where the court is not taking that into consideration and may not be aware of our suitability requirements. So those are two things that it's really a benefit for pre-approved court appointees, or a benefit for the agency to ensure that pre-approved court appointees do meet those qualifications. Additionally, I just want to note as well that in our regulations as well, under the same kind of general subsection dealing with pre-approved court appointees, there is a notice to the commission section as well. And so any time that a receiver is appointed by a court, they are supposed to be, per our regulations, providing notice to the agency, directed to the legal department, for just to make sure that we are aware and we can do necessary follow-up on any of those areas. Additionally, there are requirements that compel a licensee to cooperate with us if the agency wanted to intervene in any manner. So there are those provisions that I just want to flag for the board as well. I do know that Commissioner Roy has also put together some materials that we are reviewing. I know there's some other folks in the agency that I think ought to be reviewing that as well, namely folks in the legal department too, because that is a process that I think their team handles more directly. So the pre-approval court appointee process that is handled, or the pre-approval process, the application process is handled by our licensing team, but the actual, won't necessarily say oversight, but the receipt of the information, tracking how many receivers we have, what licensees they're associated with. My understanding is that is all in the legal department per the regulatory requirements.
So we're talking about the internal processes, but so I think one of the questions that I have heard from some stakeholders in terms of what would we have to do, and it might not, what do we have to do, not only internally, how we approve or we establish this list that could help individuals or businesses in this situation after the court, approves this process. What do we have to do to make this publicly available so that people, knowing, the court may not know is an appropriate receiver. The court may appoint a receiver, as you pointed, but they may or may not help with this transfer process or potential transfer process to make sure that they're following our regulations. So we're basically saying these are the folks that have the gold star that not only can be appointed by a judge, but also that's the judge's decision. But we have stated that they know enough about regulations that we think that they will also take into consideration our regulatory rubric, if you will. So what would it take for us to publish this? Because I know we've had the issue, we don't publish the list of doctors who can refer, and there's a disjointed way that people can find it. How do we put this on our website to make it available?
And Madam Chair, so I do want to I will definitely get to that question here. I do want to just flag a couple of other regulatory provisions I think help to answer some things that you're talking about here. So in our regulations, again, under the same general subsection, that subsection really handles all court appointees and identifies notice requirements.
That you're talking about that specific subsection in the regulations that specifically deals with receiverships and judicial intervention. That's what you're pointing to.
Yes, so it is, again, 935 CMR 500-104 subsection 3 relates to court supervised proceedings. So as a general matter, those are going to be receiverships, but there could potentially be other circumstances like guardianships, et cetera. Those are identified through our definitions. But under subsection C of that, or clause C of that subsection, that is identifying notice to the commission. One of the provisions under that states that as soon as practicable, the licensee or person or entity having direct or indirect control over a licensee shall provide notice to the court that it is licensed by the commission and of the regulations relative to court supervised proceedings and court appointees, including but not limited to the qualifications for a court appointee established in these regulations, as well as the list of pre-approved court appointees. So our regulations do already require any licensee that is that somebody has petitioned for a receiver to provide certain information to the court, including the list of pre-approved court appointees and the qualifications that we deem essential. So additionally, it says if a licensee or person or entity having direct or indirect control over a licensee that fails to comply with this general subsection may be subject to disciplinary action, including but not limited to revocation or suspension of any license or registration under 935 CMR 500-450. So I do want to note with that, I mean, it's I am not an expert in receivers or receiverships by any means, but my understanding is that oftentimes there will be a court, or there will always be a court order appointing the receiver. But oftentimes that court order may include limitations on what action can be taken against the assets held by that licensee or the entity that is under receivership. So my experience really comes from when I clerked down in Rhode Island. I clerked for the business calendar, and there was a large receivership practice down there. My understanding of the general intent of a receivership is to pay back the creditors is their first priority. And oftentimes that will involve either selling assets, winding down the business, selling the business's assets. So I think with this provision here, the agency, I would recommend, needs to be careful in terms of taking any administrative enforcement action, because that may cross a line with any standing court orders. As it relates to your question about publishing the list, personally, I do not see an issue. However, I would ultimately defer over to my friends in the legal department as to whether there are any other general issues with publicizing that list. However, I do think that the list that we have of pre-approved court appointees, those folks that have gone through the application process, and just as a kind of just to note what our team looks at or what the application process is, we do require them to submit disclosures or information relative to their qualifications to serve as a receiver, their general credentials, any affiliated individuals or entities, engaged individuals or entities, financial information, whether they are they have any professional or occupational licenses, and ensuring that those licenses are good standing. Not necessarily a conflict with other licenses issued by the agency, but if they are an attorney or anything along those lines, like we want to make sure that they are in good standing in those other areas as well. There is a general good standing requirement for the Secretary of the Commonwealth and DOR, similar to any other licensed entities here. Any limitations on them to as their on their ability to serve as a court appointee, including their capacity, qualifications, credentials, any conflicts of interest or financial disclosures, as well as suitability, a suitability review as well. So our licensing team does look into those different areas. Those are things that a court is not necessarily going to look into. In terms of publishing the list, though, I think at the moment, my understanding is that many of the pre-approved court appointees that we have are either at or approaching the license cap, which is a statutory cap, at least for some license types. So by publishing that list, really, I think one consideration is the practicality of that, because we could essentially be directing the court to a dead end, where if they were to appoint one of those pre-approved court appointees, we would be encountering a cap issue. Additionally,
I understand that. Go ahead, Executive Director.
If I may, Madam Chair. So a lot of what Commissioner Roy, NEC, and Director of Licensing and I were working on yesterday, which Commissioner Roy has as well for consideration, is the idea of putting it on the website is ultimately, we would want some disclaimers and those types of things, but it's doable, right? So it's really now what we were talking about is the phasing with 4 pre-qualified receivers right now who are approaching or at cap. By putting that list on the website, we're probably setting people up to go down a path where they can't engage that person because of the cap. However, there's a number of other items to discuss with the board today for consideration that we would say we're looking to get that list up so that when we put it on the website, it's then a viable option and we can point people to it, and those people aren't going to have to say, I can't take your business on that cap. Now, again, caps may change and we'd have to adjust at that point, but there's a few considerations that we wanted to discuss that would ideally increase the number of people who are pre-qualified in the system, thus making the list on the website more usable.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. To the chair, you see the commission does charge an application fee, a renewal fee. It's minimal amount. It's $500. I think if for renewal, it's $400. I can't imagine anybody saying I'd be doing this, but that fee is too exorbitant. But since we don't keep the fees that get paid anyways, you ever heard anybody complain about the fee or say it's too much?
Yes. Director Colville yesterday said it's disincentivized folks to do it, to go through this process because of the 500 and the 400. So Director Colville.
Yes, that's correct. I've had people, jump on phone calls with us asking, so why do I have to do this? Why am I going to pay this fee? Then I'm going to have to pay for a background check fee on top of that if essentially.
You're getting it $1,000 now.
Correct. And you got to keep in mind, it's not just the receiver themselves. If they have affiliated, so let's say I'm applying to be the receiver, but Tim is also going to be assisting me in the receivership process, I would have to register him as well. He would also have to run a background check, so it would cost also another $475. And again, if there's more than 2 people, which some might have, it increases the cost. So that is an issue that has come up. We've had someone who was asking us to essentially apply, and then, when they found out all the information, they're like, oh, well, no, we're not going to. So.
Mr. Stebbins?
Thank you. Thank you, Director Koval. At some point, this is already in our regs, so we'd have to go through the regulatory process to remove it. But we should give some consideration to that at our next regulatory round.
Commissioner Roy?
So I have the executive director crafted and helped me to Commissioner Benedon's point that we can enforce, not enforce certain things. And so if I may read it, it might address some of your concerns, Commissioner Stebbins, if I may. Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And I want to thank the executive director who works collaboratively with me on this. Move to direct staff as follows. Number 1, develop proposed regulatory amendments for the red tape removal working groups review that would reduce or eliminate the pre-qualification fee for receivers and change the renewal schedule from annual to biennial. Further direct the executive director and the chief financial and accounting officer to consult with the comptroller and or state auditor to determine whether the commission has the authority to waive the current $500 initial fee and $400 annual renewal fee cited in 935 CMR 500-104-3C. Number 2, develop and implement an outreach initiative to inform prospective qualified receivers of the benefits of pre-approved court appointee pre-qualification with the goal of increasing the number of pre-qualified receivers available for court appointment. Once 8 or more receivers are pre-qualified, staff shall publish the list on the commission's website. To your point, Madam Chair. Number 3, conduct outreach to the Massachusetts court system to provide guidance on how the statutory license cap applies to receivers and to inform the courts of the commission's receiver pre-qualification process.
Commissioner Benedon?
Thank you. I just want to clarify, because I know it was referenced, the point that I had made a few meetings ago regarding enforcement of regulations. And I just want to clarify that that was in the context of, I believe, the discussion of NODs when we were talking about, if investigators are on site and they see very minor, like technical violations that don't meaningfully impact public health and safety, do we have to document those in NODs? Do we have to require licensees to go through the process? So I just want to be clear that I by no means intended to suggest that we could not follow some of our own regulations. So I think there might be a distinction between, from the enforcement standpoint of seeing a minor technical violation, as opposed to not collecting a fee that is in our regulations.
If I may, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Brown. I appreciate that. But this precedent here, we have had tier relegation on the books forever since the inception, and that's not minor. If you don't transfer or sell 70% of your cultivation inventory on the books, you were supposed to be relegated back a tier, and we never enforced it. And that's not a minor thing. That was just not enforced until the board created a directive to start enforcing it in January. So there are other instances of things on the books, which I'm sure Tim and Olivia could, say that, we try to enforce as much as we can, but some things don't get necessarily robustly enforced. And that's a major thing that was on the books that was selectively unenforced.
But that was also, and I think that the point here is, and again, I apologize to keep quoting you on that because I think it implies a broader endorsement, but it was just something I never considered, and it's why I respect your position on that so much. But again, that non-enforcement of relegation, that was never brought to the board for that you know what I mean? And that was just what happened. And so this is also, and I'm going to continue this conversation because it's also establishing and making sure that the authority of the commissioners is maintained, and that we are made aware about sort of non-enforcement issues, if that is there, or that we actually as a board make that decision. And I think that we should be doing that. So it's that I think there's a lot wrapped up into multiple of these statements, but I hope you don't think that I apologize. I respected your thought because I never thought about that as a practical thing that we could do, Executive Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so to Commissioner Roy's point here, and I think to Commissioner Benenon's as well, I don't think this is assuming that we would just be waving the wand, that the board would be making that decision. We would confer with the comptroller of the SAO. I note that the CFAO works with those offices quite a bit and has had general conversations to this extent as well. So we would want to bring that back for you to have and make an informed decision. At the same time, understanding the red tape removal and everything that goes into that right now, we can certainly, staff can put together a recommendation on the wording of how that would be if you'd like to consider reducing or removing the initial fee plus the annual renewal fee and potentially going from annual to biennial. We can bring that in that process, but we just want to make sure in this that we're also looking at interim options. So that was the intent.
Yeah, Commissioner Wright.
Yeah, no, I
support that. So you've made your motion. I think the motion.
I did add suitability on number 3 because to EC Gooden, you had mentioned 2 things, caps and suitability. So I added suitability in there.
Okay, so are we comfortable with this as Commissioner Roy has read it? And she has added she added the word after. I'm going to read section 3, conduct outreach to the Massachusetts court system to provide guidance on how the statutory license cap and I'm going to read the whole thing because this is also, I'm going to be making a point in a moment. All right, move to direct the staff as follows. And this is, I'm going to be restating again, you don't have a second. So the motion does not, I thought you moved this. I thought, well, okay. All right. Why don't you move it and read it again?
Okay. All right. So I'm going to read the motion and I'll move it. Move to direct staff as follows. Number 1, develop proposed regulatory amendments for the red tape removal working group's review that would reduce or eliminate the pre-qualification fee for receivers. And should we put court appointed? May I ask? I think a little qualifier there would be helpful, right?
Yes.
And how would you like me to word that? Court appointed receivers?
Court appointed. Is it?
Yeah, pre-approved court-appointed receiver, because that's what we refer to it in the regulation. Court receiver means.
Okay.
Let's defer to the
Start again.
Please, thank you again.
You might have something to add.
Okay, yep, let's do it.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Please, thank you.
So I'm just Commissioner Roy, I will pull the defined term for you. I believe it is pre-approved court appointee. I do not believe it specifically identifies a receiver.
Yeah,
So
that's what I thought it was appointee too. Okay, so.
but let me just double check the definitions for you.
So the language appears in number 2.
Yeah.
Excellent, thank you. Yes, the capitalized defined term in number 2 is correct.
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Okay, move to direct staff as follows. Number one, to develop proposed regulatory amendments for the red tape removal working groups review that would reduce or eliminate the pre-qualification fee for pre-approved court appointee, plural, and change the renewal schedule from annual to biennial. Further, direct the executive director and chief financial and accounting officer to consult with the comptroller and/or state auditor to determine whether the commission has the authority to waive or reduce the current $500 initial fee and $400 annual renewal fee cited in 935 CMR 500-143C. Number two, develop and implement an outreach initiative to inform prospective qualified, should I change it, receivers there too?
Yes.
To be consistent. It's messy when you edit on the fly. Thank you, everyone, for pushing me have to. All right, I'm just gonna delete that and cut paste. Okay, there.
Sorry, everybody.
All right, number two is clunky.
Yep.
It's Commissioner Stebbins' word. I guess not. Number two, develop and implement an outreach initiative to inform prospective qualified pre-approved court appointees of the benefits of pre-approved court appointee pre-qualification with the goal of increasing the number of available for court appointment. Once 8 or more receivers are pre-qualified, staff shall publish the list on the commission's website. Number three, conduct outreach to the Massachusetts court system to provide guidance on how the statutory license cap and suitability applies to receivers and to inform the courts of the commission's receiver pre-qualification process.
Just a friendly amendment, increasing the number of available court, number available for a court appointment. You have an of there or of available appoint, you know what I mean?
With the goal of increasing the number
Available for court,
Okay,
right?
yep.
Okay, so friendly amendment. Okay, so as written with the friendly amendment, deleting that redundant word of.
Any comments?
So you moved it.
Okay.
Like here's, any questions or comment, or any questions or comments from my fellow commissioners regarding this motion? Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of quick questions. And I think it fits I think one of the things fits within the motion is part of the deliberation around the fees. I think we're doing our due diligence. If we see what the impact would be, it's not a lot, it's $500 and $400, but just so we take all that information in from our CFAO. I guess my question would be, could we bring these amendments back to the full commission first without going through the red tape working committee?
I think that's what we're doing.
I think that's what we're doing.
That's what we're doing.
If I may, Madam Chair,
Please, thank
I
you.
believe the way number one is written is we will bring proposals to the red tape working group and we will do this work and bring that to the board. I think it's implied, but if you need that added. So we will reach out to the comptroller and or SAO and bring that back, but we will also put forward a recommendation to the working group.
So what is your, Commissioner Fred?
I agree with you. I hear your point. And it's like two trains on two different tracks. So we're to do it through the formal regulation process, we'll bring it to fold it into the red tape recommendations. But in the meantime, the ED and the CFAO are going to consult with the comptroller in the state auditor to see if we can do it temporarily until we go through formal rulemaking process. So it's like one's formal rulemaking process and one is getting the blessing of, am I interpreting that right? Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
So do I hear a second?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will call the roll. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Commissioner Bennett?
Aye.
Chair votes aye, the motion passes. But before you go, I want to make a comment while we are talking about receiverships. And I want to point out that I believe that we received a bit of faulty advice regarding the authorization of the executive director to have unilaterally made a decision to change the final of the final vote of the commissioners from August of 2025. The legal support for that having been done, the legal opinion that I believe that you relied upon had to do with a motion, Mr. Executive Director, that was made on September 10th, 2020. That is what you told me, that provided you with the ability to make minor changes, which again, I still haven't received a definition of what minor is. But I want to clarify to my fellow commissioners, and I will be sending you again before we have a broader conversation about delegation of authority. I will point out that that particular vote, which I acknowledge the motion, while the motion was done in the context of drafting regulatory changes, because this was very early in the commission's history. We did not have regulations around receivership and judicial intervention. I raised the point that this ability in this motion for the executive director to take, quote, minor actions, which again, I still disagree that changing the will of the commission after the fact was not minor. But this was part of a discussion on regulatory reform. And this motion, while it did not specifically mention receiverships or judicial intervention, it was done specifically to draft new regulations. So I will point out that even though the motion itself carried in context of the limited, the very, very narrow prescriptive decision-making with judicial interventions and receiverships. I will point out, as was told to me by two former commissioners, this was part of that review. Ultimately, this language never was approved in the regs. So what I will ask Attorney Gooden to do is I will ask you to provide for the board a review of the regs. I would like to know where in the regs minor, this definition of minor that was presented to us a couple of weeks ago, where that exists. It does not exist, but I will ask you to come back at our, maybe if we have a meeting on the 10th or if I get the 12th, but it is my understanding, I was specifically told by former commissioners and one former member of the legal team that the commissioners, that was part of the draft regulations. It was not approved in the final regulations, so this authority did not exist. Further, in August of 2022, there was a court decision. Our former general counsel sent a memo to the former chair, Sarah Kim, discussing a legal case that basically stated that it is illegal for commissioners to delegate authority that requires judgment. And what I will do is, one, I will point you and frankly the public to look at the September 10th, 2020 meeting on YouTube at about 3 hours and 41 minutes, and you will see that it is very clear that that authority was narrowly drawn only in relationship to receiverships and judicial intervention. And that was part of a draft regulation. It did not make it into the final regs. For instance, when I returned after my illegal suspension, we had language, and Commissioner Stebbins, we had language in the draft regs that mentioned, and this was something you championed, cooling off rooms, correct? That was in the draft regs, right? Was that included in the final regs?
No.
Okay, so because it was not included in the final regs, it has no legal force and effect, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That'd be my-
So that's exactly what happened here. So I've shared this with Jessica and Gap. I've shared this, but I will provide this. I will provide folks with the memo that was sent out by the former general counsel to the former chair. I will share a link to the discussion that occurred on September 10th, 2020. But also I will ask Attorney Gooden if you can show us anywhere in the regs as it pertains to receivership and judicial interventions, or anywhere what the definition of minor is. So again, we'll move on. Go ahead. Thank you.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I wasn't involved with the prior action on this one, so I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what your ask is.
What I'm asking is if you could find where the definition of minor is, where the commission has granted authority for the executive director to make decisions that are minor in character, that are normally should be retained to the commission. And further, I will also send an Excel spreadsheet which clarifies what powers can and cannot be delegated by the commission. It was clearly, even in that conversation, it was clearly retaining powers of commissioners over what they were able to do in the normal course. And so I will send what we can and cannot delegate. And again, you will see in this memo from former General Counsel Bailey that after the September 10th, 2020 meeting, after the regulations regarding receivership and judicial intervention were passed, without the language that was referenced from the September 10th, 2020 meeting, the final regs did not include it. And then further after that, there was a judicial decision that further limited the ability of the commissioners to delegate authority. So we'll be having a broader discussion about delegation of authority, but I just wanted to point out, I would hope people would, do their homework and understand, because we really do. This is, I do think that we need to make sure that we are clarifying the authority of the commissioners. Again, when we had a non-enforcement of relegation, it was something that happened without the approval of the commissioners. And so we're just trying to button up and clarify, what is our role as decision makers? What is the role as the staff to execute policy? And then just making sure that we keep a bright red line, because again, when unilateral decisions can be made behind closed doors, it impacts us. It impacts the integrity of our decision making, and we just need to make sure that we are always maintaining the integrity of the decision making process, so that as the SAO, as the IG have stated, when they recognize disparate treatment of licensees, that we as a commission are preventing that from happening. So anyway, I will table the discussion of the centralized motion tracker. Commissioner Roy?
I just have one separate.
Sure.
On the receiver, I forgot to put the motion language, that we had talked about that form yesterday, Attorney Gooden, and you and Attorney Nielsen are gonna work on that and bring it back to us when?
Madam Chair.
Please, thank you.
Yeah, so Commissioner Roy, we are working through it. I know Director Kogel has also provided some feedback, so we're going through making sure that all of our comments are copacetic. We're not kind of duplicating comments, anything
makes
along
sense.
those lines. Additionally, as I noted too in our discussion, the receiverships, the agency receives notice of receiverships through the legal department, so I do think that the legal department should have the opportunity to take a look at it as well. But while we're going through and putting those together, we'll make sure to circulate that with, I believe you and the executive director was kind of the first area where we're going.
And
So
like 30 days, what's a adequate timeline for you?
we're working on it right now, but I think 30 days would give us plenty of time to do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, and again, so moving on, and I guess you folks can stay there. Because we will be getting an update. Oh, yes, we can take we will, why don't you move to, recess until 12:15? Do I hear a second?
Again,
Having been moved and seconded, we will, recess until 12:15 and just saying we have, and I'll take a roll call, but I just want to state, we hopefully, we can get through this, and then, we will immediately get into the, review of draft regulations. We know that that will take some time, but just for the public's benefit, we already have tentatively held 2 different additional dates, so we may not get through everything on the review of the draft regulations. But we do have 2 additional dates over the course of the next week and a half where we will get to that. So anyway, I will have, it's been moved, it's been seconded. We'll call the roll. Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Stebbins, Commissioner Benedon, Chair votes aye. We will be back at 12:15. All right, we are live. Right, and now we are, on, item 6, an update on, Boston Bud Factory. Attorney Good?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just first, I guess want to understand the intent too, so that I'm not just kind of going overbroad or being too narrow in terms of the response.
I think, for me, the issue is sort of understanding, okay? How certain investigations take years and others are done with a shorter time frame. I want to understand, we already have dealt with this and the commissioners voted not to accept the stipulated agreement recommended by the former CIE and yourself. And I'm now seeing that was October when we rejected it, and now there is a scheduled hearing for sometime in March. So I'm just, have questions in general, not only about this, because we just received information about this being scheduled with one of our hearing officers. And again, reminding some commissioners here, no, but for 2 years, we did not have a hearing officer. So that is also something that I don't really understand how that happened and why no one brought that to the level of the commission, because it basically, I think, violated potential 30A rights of all licensees to not have a hearing officer in place. And that was just as I was talking in the last portion of the hearing about unilateral decisions made by staff. There was a unilateral decision made by a former CIE to not appoint hearing officers. So we did not have that there for 2 years. Is that my understanding? For 2 years, we didn't have hearing officers. Is that true?
So Madam Chair, as it relates to the hearing officers, I don't believe it would have been the former CIE. The hearing officers are generally, while they are independent from the agency, they are kind of supervised by the general counsel's office.
Who appoints them?
I believe it would have been the general counsel. That's my understanding.
Can you repeat that? The general counsel. So this would not be something that would fall under the chief of investigations and enforcement to ensure that next step is part of the process. That would not be an enforcement issue.
Correct. So Madam Chair, as enforcement counsel, we represent the agency in any of these administrative hearings. So in order to kind of maintain that level of separation there, because we are a party to the proceeding, the licensee is the other party there. Enforcement counsel team represents the agency there. We are removed from the hearing officer. So we do not, when we're engaging in.
So if there is an initial notification of a violation of law, regulation, or policy, is it appropriate for the general counsel to be involved in that? I mean, again, we've talked about that wall.
So the general counsel, I will also say, they do not direct the hearing officer. The hearing officer is independent in that sense. This is also my understanding.
And I thought that we had internal persons who were appointed to be hearing officers prior to, I believe we have 2 external hearing officers now.
Yes, that's my, and also to just to caveat and kind of my responses on these, because this is in really the legal department's purview, I would really want to ultimately defer any questions on the hiring or supervision or anything like that.
No, but it's my understanding that the previous CIE that we had internal staff that served as hearing officers that were on the legal team. Is that?
Hearing officers, that would be, yes. So there was one individual who was a hearing officer. I believe at some point there may have been some overlap with them being an associate general counsel and a hearing officer. But again, just because I wasn't direct.
So what I would love to get is the kind of history. When did that, why was that then? Why did that not continue? Which again is part of the ability of commissioners to ensure that 30A rights are preserved. So again, I think that the bottom line is we have been accused by both the Office of Inspector General and the State Auditor's Office for disparate treatment of licensees. And to me, the longer justice delayed is justice denied, but it also means that the taxpayer or the citizens of Massachusetts, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is deprived of funds. And every month we delay a penalty that is assessed, that is money that is denied or frankly potentially at risk, especially in the case of, I don't know, if a company is in receivership. If we continue to kick a hearing down the line for a company in receivership, what guarantees do we have as a commission that we're going to collect those funds on behalf of the public? Is that a risk?
So Madam Chair, I think to kind of go from the beginning to the end on that one there. So yes, I think as it relates to the SAO findings, I know finding number 2 did identify that there were what they perceived to be some delays in the investigations and enforcement process. I think the agency generally is responding to or engaging with the SAO in the normal course of that process. And, my team and I think the investigations and enforcement department generally, we're always looking for different ways to improve what our process is and identify kind of what those expectations would be for timing. So I definitely want to take some responsibility for, we're a new agency and our teams are relatively new. I mean, a new agency, relatively speaking. I came from the House of Representatives.
To the Alcohol and Beverage Control Commission, which is
Yeah,
you're right.
Exactly. So I just wanted to really, I'm just saying that to note that our processes are generally new in some areas. As you know, we have not gone through a full hearing process at the agency. So some of those we need to kind of continuously revisit and revise as necessary. And I think in this area, there are some improvements that can definitely be made to make sure that we're expediting the process, make sure that we are handling these in a faster manner, I'll say. As it relates to the hearing officers and scheduling of certain things, we have, as a 30A agency, we conduct administrative hearings in accordance with that statute as well as associated regulations. So there are both formal and informal rules. Those are under 801 CMR 1.01, 1.02. And so those identify some of the, kind of in a, to draw an analogy, there are like the rules of civil procedure. A lot of those regulations kind of function in a similar manner. So identifying what a pre-hearing what the intent of a pre-hearing conference is, or when the I believe in those regulations they refer to a hearing officer as the presiding officer, but they'll kind of define what that process really ought to look like. Similarly, and our regulations also identify our hearing process or what the expectation should be. So when we're talking about a hearing officer scheduling a pre-hearing conference or anything along those lines, I believe what our regulations state under it would be 500, 500, and then there is a specific provisions in there that speak to process. But I believe one of them just identifies that a hearing officer will schedule a matter within a reasonable amount of time or a reasonable time. So there are.
Who defines reasonable?
So I think that is a matter of interpretation, and I think a licensee could theoretically argue that if we're going beyond a reasonable time, or we could argue that we're going beyond a reasonable time, but that is something I think in some instances there is
something that requires us to, I think it might require us to have, again, this, and there are more than one of these kinds of investigations that have appeared to go on for years. This appears to be a little more complex than others that have also gone on for years. But when I see that this was brought to us in October, and I mean, again, I think that this is something that should have been brought back, because in my opinion, we rejected the stipulated agreement because we felt it wasn't strong enough. So if I were going to appeal something, I would appeal because I thought I could get a better deal. I mean, generally that's why someone appeals something, right? Because they don't like what they're getting. So now it's my understanding that this is now once back again, kind of behind the veil. We have already opined. we now are taking another 4 to 5 months, and it's my understanding, has the commission agreed to postpone these hearings?
So Madam Chair, on that, and just in terms of the timeline too, I might be able
Yeah.
to provide a little bit more
Please, thanks.
clarity too,
Yeah.
for the whole board here. And so back in, this was October 1st of last year when
What
this
was the original violation? When was this originally investigated?
original violation, let me go back just to, I don't want to speak out of turn, so I can go back to the stipulated agreement that was before the board in October. That information would be contained in there. Excuse me, just give me one moment. No, hold it. But I believe that also would be in the board book for today.
Ballpark, what year? 23.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I am just being a lawyer here and I do not
Yeah.
state the facts. Right. So I will thank one of my paralegals, Barbara Cooney, for supplying me with some of this information. So as identified in the stipulated agreement, the investigation or one of the investigations that prompted this or that eventually led to this enforcement action was
When was the investigation?
conducted on March 18th, 2022. So as
4 years ago.
Yes, and so Madam Chair, I do want to just clarify one point here as well. So there is so when we're talking about the investigations and enforcement department, there is the I and there is the E. So there's the investigation that actually takes part in this. And the investigation in this instance took perhaps about a year or something along those lines. Then there was an internal deliberation process in terms of what kind of enforcement action might take part after that. So the initial order to show cause here, so that would be our formal charging document, those were issued in February of 2024. So now we are talking 2 years later.
But that's what I'm saying, is 2 years to complete an investigation and then get to show cause?
So that would not be, again, just want to clarify, that is not the investigation portion of things. That would be the actual prosecution. And through that prosecution, or even leading to the prosecution, there's a due diligence review of all of the facts and evidence that we have. There might be further conversation. And I'm talking about this more generally too, not specific to this instance as well. Just as my team, I mean, generally I kind of relate us to like the district attorney's office versus the police. So the police would conduct the initial investigation. The district attorney's office would then prosecute the matter. So here, and even when a matter is referred.
If I can interrupt, what role does the general counsel play here? Because this is also just having a conversation about how we wall off when there is an incident or a report. Is it appropriate for the general counsel to be there at it? It sounds like we're supposed to be walling off a number of you know what I mean? That investigations and enforcement directly does this. As I see investigations sort of as our local police, and I see enforcement as our DA, you know, and then I see the hearing officers kind of being the clerk, if you will.
I think the hearing officer in this instance would be more like a judge, maybe a district court
Like
judge.
the judge.
Well, so if you consider them to be more of like a district court judge, I think the legal department would be, in your analogy, to kind of tease that out a little bit, I think the legal department would more serve as the clerks there. The hearing officer serves as kind of the district court judge, and they provide a recommended decision to the board, the commission, and the commission will make a determination on the recommended decision from the hearing officer.
So in getting to this case, how do we skip district court?
So here, in this instance, there was a hearing request that was filed.
And when was
And
that?
that was in, I believe it was August of 2024. So in the majority of instances,
Just hold on 1 second. The hearing request, this would be going to the hearing officers?
correct. And so
We didn't have.
a hearing request is filed with the legal department, attention hearing officers, and then they will coordinate with the hearing officer.
But we didn't have a hearing officer yet.
At that time, I believe we were in the process of hiring a hearing officer. Again, I would want to defer over to the legal department on the specifics of when, like the timing.
It's my understanding, so this is 2024. It's my understanding that we hired hearing officers, I think sometime in the spring of 2025-ish.
My recollection is the fall of 24, but again, I would
Madam
defer.
Chair, I'd be happy to follow up with a timeline as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
Okay,
Certainly happy to do that.
all right, okay.
Thank you. I just don't want to misstate
But
it.
this is also explaining to the public how something can take 4 years.
So, Madam Chair, if I
Yeah.
may, on that, so as, I just want to note too, and again, not talking with, not talking about this matter specifically, but generally with the process, it is we have to take into account, or each process is kind of influenced by the specific facts and circumstances that might be present in each of those cases. So here and in most instances, we will engage with licensees with if they request it, but we will generally always offer this to engage in informal dispute resolution. And so that is how we reached the final order and stipulated agreement that was presented to the board in October of last year. So in essence, how you can think of that is really just a negotiation to see if there is an opportunity for us to resolve or reach a reasonable resolution or
It's
consider it.
still taking a long time. And so I think that we, as a commission, we need to tighten up the timelines. That it's clear that how many days after a notice of deficiency, that it's 30 days after notice of deficiency.
We put in the chat, request a hearing is within 30 days. I just have a question.
Please, Commissioner Roy.
Why did it, through the chair, why did it take 6 months for the respondent to request a hearing if in regulation it was supposed to be done within 30 days?
Please, thank you.
So in this instance, we had I believe it was, and I would have to go back and verify the timeline on this, just to also note, I was not directly involved with this matter until it was assigned to a different attorney on the Enforcement Council team. And I really only became involved when that attorney left the Enforcement Council team. And my involvement was primarily to try to wrap up and resolve this matter. But the hearing request was received about 6 months after because there was an IDR request. That IDR went
Say, or the IDR, I'm sorry, just.
IDR, informal dispute resolution.
Okay.
Yes. So there was a request for an informal dispute resolution conference. I believe that conference occurred in the spring into the early summer, and there were continued negotiations. At some point, the negotiations reached a stage where we were not having productive conversations. We were not able to reach a resolution. So that's when the hearing request was filed and we started proceeding down the 38 process.
Commissioner Roy.
Is there like a line in the sand or informal versus formal? What I mean by that is there were some significant allegations in the summary suspension order here that was brought before the board. And is there a line where someone would not be eligible to pursue a more informal route? And if it's more severe infractions, would they automatically go to a more formal proceeding with 30A, which they can compel witnesses, right? My understanding, subpoenas, right? And so something that's significant, this is a question maybe for the board, if it's significant infractions and something like the previous one on Assured, that was, one could argue, could jeopardize public health. Why are we affording informal, more loosey-goosey process, if you will, and not that you guys are loosey-goosey, but is that something the board needs to entertain, like that should automatically go to a more formal proceeding where the witnesses can be compelled, where subpoenas can be issued? I'm just throwing it out there for my colleagues. Thank you.
So Commissioner Roy, it's a good question. I know, so the Investigations and Enforcement Department, we do work under the direction of the CIE. So there's oftentimes conversations between EC staff, the CIE investigation staff, to discuss exactly what you're talking about. Is this something that we want to just kind of skip right on to the formal process? So what I will say, kind of generally speaking too, is that one thing we are considering is that the presiding officer or hearing officer under the formal rules, they may compel informal dispute resolution, similar to a judge that asks parties, have you attempted to come together to get a resolution short of a trial? So we are oftentimes, whenever we're issuing an order to show cause or a letter of enforcement intent, we will also send out a IDR request form, informal dispute resolution request form, with that to see if there is that opportunity, because we want to make sure that we are crossing the T's, dotting the I's before we are actually getting before the hearing officer. What I will say is we're looking at our processes too, in part as a response to some of the auditor's findings, but just also as in part to our own self-reflection and trying to improve processes to see where we can find those efficiencies. I do think a part of that discussion will involve the CIE or the executive director in terms of what is the appropriate enforcement approach here, given public health, safety, and welfare concerns.
What about the board? Why couldn't we be consulted in this conversation? It'd have to be a public conversation.
It needs to be the board because we're the ultimate determinants of policy. And I mean, this is written in regulation and the process. And this is where reasonable, I mean, 4 years. And again, I understand that there's a lot that happened between 4 years ago and now, but this does not, and I have seen other instances where it appears, I mean, again, we, in speaking about old world remedies, where one of the penalties that we issued was, I think it was diversion of a couple of joints, and the penalty was a $40,000 fine, which, by the way, was negotiated down. So this is the kind of thing where I think we need to have it more transparent. It needs to be more transparent to the board, because I do think that there is almost too much authority vested in the staff that I don't think is appropriately there, that we need to be saying to the public, we're holding everyone equally accountable. I know the good work that you and Jake Nielsen have done to establish a fine, schedule and structure, which will have clear parameters. But, I have been told of instances in the past where people made up numbers, like, tell me how much you have in the bank, and I'm gonna assess I'm gonna take a percentage of what you have in the bank. I've been told that has occurred in the past. So this is where I think, and I think it's an important conversation that we commissioners have. I think we need to tighten up timeframes so that holding our staff accountable, but we're also not allowing persons who may have, entities that may have committed some serious infractions that could jeopardize public health and safety, that we are not allowing people to kick the can down the road. And that might be something that we, need to entertain in the future.
Madam Chair.
Please, thank you.
Thank you. So just a couple notes on this as well. So first, just as a general matter, our team does really work with licensees too, whenever we're identifying deficiencies, even serious deficiencies, to ensure that any kind of violative conduct there is resolved through that process. So when we're coming to the enforcement action stage, I will say not in all instances, but generally speaking, the actual conduct or violations have been resolved or stopped at that stage. We will know that through the NODPOC process. The commissioners, excuse me. That's Good point. But how we're doing that, and I will say too, I definitely hear you on the comments of kind of more board involvement, something along those lines. However, I think that the approach that has been taken so far is that we want to make sure and preserve the objectivity of the board. Because you are the final deliberators there, really the goal is to preserve any of our actions in the event of an appeal. So with any of these stipulated agreements, and again, this is like a technical nuance here where we're talking about a final order and stipulated agreement. So in accordance with our regulations, I believe it's 935 CMR 500 subsection 7, that allows the board to review or consider any informal resolution at any time during the process. And so that is what has generally happened so far. There are a couple
When you
of
say at any time in the process, how do we know that it is ripe or timely to review and reconsider when this is, see, this is the thing, is this is hidden from us and we don't know what's happening. We only have outliers, which is in some instances 3 years, in another instance it's 4 years. You know, we've seen articles in the press that give lie to the belief that maybe enforcement hasn't been equally meted out to all licensees. So at what point do we get to make that, you know, this is not transparent to us for years.
So, Madam Chair, on that point, so first, I will say too, I mean, with respect to the prior comments that you referenced or any actions in the press, one, I'm not aware of some of those comments, so I really can't speak to those. But two, I will say that our goal is always to have an equal application of our regulations. I understand that at times some people might feel that we're falling short on that, but those are other, again, areas for improvement. And I think we're trying to work internally to make sure that we are operating consistently across the board. What I mean though with, and I'll just read off this section of the regulations.
And I know we need to get to regs, so I will stop peppering you. I think that we can, okay, okay.
And I can provide too, I know I haven't provided yet a kind of timeline of what has occurred since October 1st. And I feel like I can provide a high level overview of that just for some clarity.
Thank you.
So as it relates to the commission's authority to review, approve, or reject informal dispositions, again, that is in 935 CMR 500 subsection 7. What that section says is, at any time, the commission or a commission delegee may, in its discretion, review, approve, or reject an informal disposition, but only on a showing that the alleged violations have been corrected and a submission of a written waiver of its right to judicial review. So in essence, what that is saying is that in a stipulated agreement, we need to, one, ensure that all of the violations we are identifying or that we're alleging there, our findings in effect, have been corrected. And then two, include a waiver that we are a waiver of any judicial review. And really what that is saying.
Judicially mean appealing to the court.
Correct. And so under Chapter 30A, I believe it's subsection 12, but I might be wrong on that, that affords folks in the administrative process and the 30A process the right to appeal the final agency action to the Superior Court. So what we are doing here in a stipulated agreement, that is in essence a contract to resolve a matter short of a hearing. And what we include in there, that is normal language for us to include, it's also required by the regulations, is that a licensee, by agreeing or entering into that stipulated agreement, they are waiving their right to appeal that agreement to the Superior Court. So while we are excuse me. So while we're discussing this matter in particular, just to provide kind of a high level update in terms of what has occurred since October 1st. So I know we presented that final order stipulated agreement to the board. The board rejected that at the time and also directed us to go back, re-engage with the licensee to see if there was an opportunity to renegotiate different terms in light of the comments or the feedback that we received. So following that, we did attempt to renegotiate. Those initial attempts to renegotiate did not kind of move forward towards a resolution that we felt would be in line with the board's expectations. So what we had to do there is kind of go back into the hearing process. And I believe that was explained to at the prior to the board's vote at the October 1st public meeting too. So in essence, we re-engage in the hearing process. The hearing request was already received. We did have a pre-hearing conference, and pre-hearing conference is really similar to a pre-trial conference where we're doing scheduling orders, identifying if there needs to be discovery or depositions, anything along those lines. So we did have that in November. Following that pre-hearing conference, the licensee did come back to us through council to re-engage in a negotiation. Took a couple of months to kind of go back and forth on potential terms. And we have, like I have noted as well in email, but we have reached an agreement in principle. We are finalizing a revised stipulated agreement. And my expectation is that at the, I don't know exactly what date, but the later public meeting in March, that will be back before the board. So we are actively engaging.
So if this comes back to the board.
Mhm.
And they don't, and we reject a second stipulated agreement, do they then get to go back to the hearing officer?
So at this time, because there is no final decision by the agency, these are still active matters of dispute. So we would have to go into the hearing process again.
Is there the ability within our negotiation, just as we are able to negotiate away potential judicial remedies, do we have the opportunity, because this seems like it could be pinging and ponging for years. Do we have the ability in negotiating the stipulated agreement to say, you don't get to start at square one. You get what you get, and that's what you get. Because, you know what I mean? I mean, at what point in time do they, if you are negotiating this, that as I understand, and you're going to be presenting it to us,
Mhm.
that means they're not going to be going to the hearing officer? They are.
I will say we have pre-hearing conferences that are scheduled with the hearing officer because we are engaging in this process and we are actively working towards a draft stipulated agreement for consideration by the board. Some of those matters have been continued.
Could you negotiate within a stipulated agreement? Especially one that, now this will be the second
Mhm.
bite of the apple. Can you negotiate that just as you negotiated away their legal rights to appeal to the court under 30A? Can you also agree in that stipulation that this is it? Can you do that? Can you negotiate that?
No, because we could reject it.
But this is what I'm saying, is that it sounds like they're trying to present us with yet another stipulated agreement. We rejected the first one. So if this one comes in and we say, you spent all this time and we don't like it, then do they get to go back to the hearing officer? Commissioner Roy, did you understand what I'm saying?
I do. And I had a question on how you can leapfrog from informal to formal process. But a rejection by the board does not suspend deadlines. And so if they were to request a hearing, they have to do it within the 30 days. And what I'm thinking is maybe the board, when we reject, if we reject, maybe we put conditions upon the rejection that with timelines. With the rejection, direct staff to renegotiate with XYZ licensee within this time frame to adhere to deadlines. So there's not a dragging out or running out the clock, if you will, on this. And just because we rejected it, they don't automatically have a right to a hearing officer, correct?
Madam Chair.
Please, thank you.
So Commissioner
There's
Wright.
a lot in there, Tim. Admittedly so.
Recognize that. Let me just kind of restate some of these so I can make sure that I'm understanding your points.
Sure.
To really, I think what this is boiling down to, I think, Madam Chair, what you're suggesting is, could the board reject a stipulated agreement and say, we don't want to see another stipulated agreement move towards the hearing process?
What I'm saying is, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is
You're saying negotiation tool.
a negotiation tool, because we've already used one negotiation tool, which is if we go through this, if we go to a stipulated agreement, we present it to the board, you have waived your ability to appeal under 38 to the court.
Correct.
Right? We've already done that.
Correct.
So at what point do we say, okay, I mean, because this is, I don't know how long this can continue pinging and ponging for another 5 years. I mean, so is there the ability, because you've already negotiated away the appeal right to, that is gone, right? They can't appeal to a court.
Well, Madam Chair, right now, there is one, in order to appeal to the Superior Court, there needs to be a final agency determination. So generally speaking, if they were to try to appeal to a court, the court would say that you have not exhausted your administrative remedies and kick them back to
Right.
the agency for
What
the.
I'm saying is we are negotiating away their ability to appeal to a court. That's part of what we're doing. So I'm
Correct.
saying, can we also, in part of this negotiation process, now that they've already had the bite, the commissioners have already rejected it, now we're negotiating again 5 months later. And then there still is the opportunity for them to go to the hearing officer. What I'm saying is, as you are negotiating this second proposed stipulated agreement, in that stipulated agreement,
Mhm.
can you include language that says you can't go to the hearing officer? You've already had your opportunity to go to the hearing officer. You
I
now are
understand.
getting to go. You've been to Superior Court rejected you. You have the opportunity to go to district court. You're not taking it. You're going back to Superior Court. So you can't go back to district court. I don't know if I'm saying it the right way. Like, I just wanted to see if he gets that, because
Yeah, and just quickly, so since the board rejected the stipulated agreement, that agreement is not in effect.
okay.
So the right to judicial review, anything along those lines, any of the terms of that agreement, they're not in effect right now. There has been no final agency determination on that agreement. We have not adopted the contract in essence.
But, okay, but you understand what I'm saying? Could this go on for another 3 years, going back and forth?
So Madam Chair, in this instance too, if a second stipulated agreement came before the board, I think I would ultimately defer to the legal department on the board's authority to act. However, if the board were to reject it and say, we don't want to see another stipulated agreement, we don't think this is able to be resolved, or to Commissioner Roy's point, to say, we want you to go back and renegotiate, but bring us something back within 2 months instead of timeline.
Basically, they could still go to Superior Court now, right?
No, because they have not exhausted their administrative remedies. They need to get a final agency determination, and at this stage, there has been.
Right, Commissioner Benedon, okay, I hear.
Mhm.
Commissioner Benedon.
Thank you. So our enforcement counsel might have provided sufficient clarity on this, but I would be very uncomfortable suggesting that they waive their right to go to a hearing officer by virtue of having attempted in good faith, I'm assuming in good faith, to negotiate a resolution. It's neither the prosecutor's fault nor the licensee's fault that the board rejects it. And so I would not be comfortable taking away rights that they would otherwise have as part of the administrative process, because we have decided that we don't like something that the two parties negotiated.
But see, this is where I'm confused, is we are able to negotiate away their right to appeal to a court.
If they reach a stipulated agreement that we approve, but
What I'm saying is, how many stipulated agreements do we get to reject? You know what I mean? If I feel like this could keep cycling. And this has already been going on now for 4 years. And so at what point do we say that there is some finality to this? Because so we could have another stipulated agreement, we could reject it. And then they get to go to a hearing officer. And then they appeal to us. And then and then if they've already waived their right to go to court.
Madam Chair, and I do.
And the executive director, again, I feel like I'm being obtuse here, but if this hadn't taken 4 years, they probably wouldn't be asking all these questions. It's really, at some point in time, we have to get to finality. And I don't know how many bites of the apple we have left open in our regs that we need to tighten up the timeframes so that we can get to an answer. And why don't we let the executive director, since he seems to probably.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I was going to note, staff needs access to the EC, so if we want to continue, if we could just take like a 5-minute break. He just, unrelated matter.
Okay.
We could just take a quick.
Do you have any additional questions?
On 500, 510, so after the break, I just have a question on 500.
Madam Chair, if I just may add one quick
Yeah.
response to what you just noted there. I will say in this instance, the staff was specifically directed to go back to renegotiate or see if we could attempt to renegotiate the terms. In other instances, again, I think every matter needs to be handled on a case-by-case basis. In some instances, if we have a stipulated agreement that's rejected by the board, we may just elect to say, yeah, we tried to negotiate it. We were not able to reach a settlement here, so let's go to a hearing. And I think in each of these cases, I'm not going to speak specifically to this one because this is still an active matter.
Yeah.
But I think there is that judgment.
That this lends us, because I think I just want to make sure that we do this in a tighter time frame. Because the fact that this has been October, we rejected it, they're not even, again, you're still negotiating, but this could be kicked down the road through the end of this year.
Yeah, I hear you on that.
So, all right, I think we can, I would suggest that maybe because you are needed elsewhere, and we have a lot of work to get done on the regs. Would you be comfortable tabling this? Because I think we might have some more questions, but we also might have some proposed motion language to tighten this up. And again, I hope you understand that the intensity of the questioning is not, questioning your work, and I know, but you understand it's really understanding, but it's also sending the message to the public, sending the message to the auditor, sending the message to the legislature and the IG that we have consistent and fair processes and transparent processes for everybody. So I think that it might be incumbent upon the board to maybe tighten this up so that the expectations and timeframes are a little bit clearer and a little bit tighter. And, and again, one last question. If there is a company that's in receivership and they are negotiating hearings, do we ever ask anyone to, maybe we have suggested as part of the negotiation, we might have suggested fines. And if a company is in receivership, should we be looking to maybe put fines in escrow so that we can protect the public? Because it's my understanding that for a couple of years, we didn't collect certain fees, and so the public lost out on those revenues coming into the state. And not to do today, but it might be something for a motion. Perhaps we might want to think about some sort of an escrow fund that protects the people of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts from any dilatory or dragging the feet out of investigations and enforcement. And again, this is not you guys, but if I were a licensee and I were in receivership and I might not want to have to pay a big fat fine. I might want to delay. So Commissioner Benedon, and then maybe we can table this.
Thank you. I wanted to make just one brief comment also, because we've talked in this discussion about disparity in fines and concerns about that. And I want to make the point as well there too, that there is necessarily going to be some disparity in fines, because part of the point of a fine is to assess a fine that's sufficient to deter future misconduct. And the amount of the fine that is necessary to do that will vary greatly between a large, well-resourced operator, where if you say this fine is always $10,000 for this misconduct, that just becomes a cost of doing business for a large operator and could bankrupt a smaller operator. So I know the example was given about, oh, show us your bank account and we'll assess a percentage. That doesn't strike me as so inappropriate. That actually strikes me as perhaps going to the very purpose of a fine if the intent is to deter future misconduct. So
I hear you, but I don't think any one person should have that unilateral authority. Sure. And I think that authority ultimately in assessing what is commensurate should not rest with individual staff. That's way too much power behind the curtain. That this is what we have heard from the auditor, from the IG, and from individual licensees, that this is our authority to make sure that the fines are fair, they're consistent. So I hear you, because we also raised that, that has been raised about assured testing, that was a cost of doing business for them, taking in millions and millions of dollars in business, and then paying off a fine that obviously, given the other conditions, that made it was hard for them to do, but they made millions. And I have heard feedback from a number of licensees, so I'm 100% in sync with you, but that should rest with the commissioners and not with individual staff that in a way that's not transparent to us.
And Madam Chair, if I may, so just in terms of that, I agree with you as well. And all of these stipulated agreements that have been entered into thus far, we have not had a hearing officer recommended decision that has included a financial penalty or fine here. However, every stipulated agreement that includes a financial penalty, all of those have been approved by the board. So the staff itself, we make an initial assessment, and like we have discussed with each of the members here too, that there is the initial fine calculation based on the violations, and we are changing our processes or adding some more clarity to those processes to make sure that we are more consistent. We are taking into account the specific facts and circumstances and the severity of violations. But to your point exactly, the board has authorized all of the penalties thus
For 2 years, we had an incomplete process
I'm sorry, I don't,
without having hearing officers. So
Without having-
this is the thing, and so this is not that many. I have very, very few fines have I seen or voted on.
Mhm.
And so, and this is also what I've heard from licensees, is that if you try to go over our heads and go to the commission, you will pay a price for that. And so this is the kind of offline conversations that I have been privy to, that's why we need to have more regularized fines. We need to have the discretion, according, in agreement with Commissioner Benedon. But if this is all kept behind the curtain and we don't have transparency into what these fines are, how they're being assessed, because I don't know how many times people here have voted on fines. I'm telling you, I haven't voted on very many. But because we didn't have a hearing officer for 2 years, I think that a lot of people felt that they took it to go to the commission. It was frowned upon. And so that's why we need to make this. So again, I'll shut up now. I would like to continue the conversation because I do think that we probably need to make a motion. We need to include transparency. We need to include timeframes. We need to include the language that Commissioner Benedon that includes commensurate, with both the size and in the egregiousness of the activities. But also, and I think that was one of the things that we actually, and this was, I think, I can't remember if you were here, Commissioner Benedon, but this was one of the things in particular that we said in rejecting the stipulated agreement, is that we didn't think that it was commensurate what we thought the violation was. And we just need to be consistent and we need to be fair, because the point was, this is going to be economically difficult for them to pay this fine. Every business out there is in financial stress. We have another half dozen or more going into receivership now. So that was also one of the arguments that, we made about how much smaller it was than maybe the Old World Remedies. And I don't even know how big that company is. I have no idea. But the point is, we made a determination that it wasn't adequate enough, because one of the arguments you guys made was that they're really financially strapped. That we have to have that discretion, not the staff.
And Madam Chair, respectfully, I do think that the board did have the discretion there in rejecting that agreement. So I think, again, every fine that is assessed, there is the initial assessment, there is potentially a negotiation through informal dispute resolution, or we are going to a hearing, but the board has the ultimate authority in terms of the assessment or that final assessment of the fine. No fine is collected. I want to be very clear about this. No fine is collected without the board approving that fine.
What I just want, and I think we need to put in place, is we need tighter timeframes. We need less, I just think we need to
Happy to have those conversations too. Absolutely.
So anyway,
Yeah.
I've already.
We could have I think having a general conversation
Yeah.
with these areas is absolutely something we should do.
Okay, thank you. And thanks. I don't know if anybody else has any further.
They need them.
Yeah, no, I know they need, and that's what I'm saying. No questions, but we're going to continue this conversation, because I think that we probably need to come back and assess and think about any motions that we may want to put in place that clarify this, or we put into either policy or regulation. I'm not sure where it probably sits in regulation. So we might be able to put this in some of the upcoming regulatory changes that we're making. So thank you very much. And thank you for being patient with me, Attorney Gooden. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay. Executive Director, do you need to step out as well?
Nope, I don't. We're going to bring up the legal team for the regulations.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Does anybody, while we're getting resettled, really need to take a quick break? I'll run. Yeah, okay. Well, I will entertain a motion to adjourn until 2:05. Moved, seconded, all those in favor, aye. We'll be back at 2:05.
We tried it when everybody was out of the room. What happened?
I don't know.
All right. And we are back, and now we are on number 7, discussion and review of draft regulations and policy questions. And we will turn it over to Attorney Bruno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we are reviewing the delivery exclusivity and secret shopper program draft regulations. These are after our public hearing and public comment period. So we do have an updated draft of the regulations. I will begin on page 38 through 40. This is broadly covering delivery exclusivity. There are no proposed amendments to these sections, but based upon public comment, there were 2 potential commissioner decisions to discuss based upon what we heard from the public. And this applies, of course, both to marijuana couriers, marijuana delivery operators, and licensees with delivery endorsements. And so the first commissioner decision is whether to extend exclusivity and the length of the exclusivity extension. And so I know we heard public comment pertaining to more specifically the length itself, whether that be 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, or longer. And so I will turn to the board for their thoughts on that particular policy.
I don't know if anybody else wants to comment, but I'm actually personally comfortable with where we are because ultimately this is, I think that we are going to be handling this in a very different fashion that was handled in the first go around. We are allowing 3 years exclusivity plus an additional year, which is in essence 4 years. But I have also heard feedback from some persons concerned while some people are still working to establish and become more profitable, there are other people who may want to sell, and there may be some limitations on that. So that's where I think that we took the information from the Donahue Institute. This is in essence, it's 36 months, but we have the ability to extend it up to 4 years. And frankly, if we do our job monitoring this on a regular basis, we don't use the term in real time. I forget what we use because we decided in real time was not the way we could do it because of the limitations in reporting. But I would also hope that after 2 years, we take a look at this, or after 1 year, we take a look at this to determine, again, the fund is there now. The 2-driver rule has been changed. And I just think that I am very comfortable with this, so I'll stop at that. And if anybody else, Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I also recognize a lot of the folks we heard at the public hearing were advocating for maybe a 5-year. I also still feel comfortable with the 3 years. And again, as you pointed out, the provision that we could extend it again if we felt we needed to. I think some of the impact that licensees are talking about, we're still trying to fully realize the impact and the positive cash flow they might be experienced by going from 2 drivers down to 1 driver. The Social Equity Trust Fund has really just recently had its second really full funding round. I am mindful of, again, changes that might come through legislation that would open up delivery to no towns is something for us to kind of consider going forward. But again, I'm comfortable with it. And I'd also note that when we just completed social consumption, we established a 3-year exclusivity for each of those 3 license types. So I do appreciate what I hope is some consistency with that.
Commissioner Roy?
Yeah,
Thank you,
I would
Commissioner
echo those sentiments. And also, we talk about transformational wealth or generational wealth. And right now, this license type cannot execute a change of ownership to a general applicant. And, and maybe it's not the appropriate time right now, but maybe, 3 years down the line, someone looking to get out cannot, because it's locked into exclusive. Now, they had 36 months. I referred to it as a bonus year, right? They had a bonus year because we didn't do our due diligence. Sponsors of this did not, wasn't able to adhere to the statutory deadlines without having to get that bonus year extension. So that's 4 years. And then you had another 3 years. That's 7 years. We too could look at it any time or add that extra year if we needed it to be 8 years. So again, things have, great to see that progress has been made, right? So we did get some good news out of that report, more to do. And, the Social Equity Trust Fund is up, and I know folks are benefiting from that, which is wonderful. And the 2-to-1, the extended hours, the being able to repackage a lot of things. They could have 2 licenses, now they can have 3. So a lot of good things are in place. But, again, and also for consistency with social consumption, which we just promulgated at 36 months, I think it's appropriate and it gives us flexibility, but also, we're going to be collecting close to real time the data that we collected retrospectively last time. So I feel like we got the safeguards in place. And of course, we want to safeguard these folks and make sure, give them all the tools to succeed. But we also need to be consistent and also be mindful that some of them may want to exit strategy at some point. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Benedon, you have any additional comments?
Thank you. I do regarding the length of time. I previously advocated for something longer than 3 years, and I continue to do that. And there are several reasons for that. And I do propose 5 years. So among my reasons are, one thing that I learned, which was new to me when we held our public hearing a couple of weeks ago, was that when licensees accept trust fund money, that includes a limitation on selling their assets or ownership stake in the business for a period of 5 years, which is not something that I had been aware of previously. And that to me is important because many of these businesses, the only way that they are even getting started, even though this is supposed to be a lower barrier to entry license type, still they need capital, they need seed money, and they are taking that money. And if they cannot sell, they can't sell the equipment, they can't sell ownership for 5 years, only having this certainty for 3 years could put them in a bind in deciding whether it's worth even taking that money, even making the investment. Another thing is that I think there's also an issue of whether we are looking to provide this additional period of time primarily for the benefit of our existing licensees. So those are the operators who are already in business. Maybe they are breaking even for the first time because they have taken some of that trust fund money or because of some of the other regulatory changes like elimination of the 2-driver rule that have made the model more sustainable. And so for them, perhaps 3 more years would give them what they need. But are we only looking at those licensees, or are we also looking to expand opportunities for new licensees who might also get into the space, new social equity operators? And if we're looking to provide opportunity for new social equity operators to get into the delivery space, I'm concerned that 3 years without the certainty of a future extension simply won't be enough time. 3 years might be enough for our existing licensees, but I think not enough for somebody who might currently be in the pipeline or hasn't even submitted their application yet. A last point that I'll make is that with regard to the parity with social consumption, and I certainly acknowledge that for social consumption, we did 3 years. I think that there's a big difference in the license types for social consumption establishments and delivery. One of the whole points of the delivery license and the exclusivity is that it really is intended to be this lower barrier to entry. It requires less capital, still not little capital, it still takes a lot, but less. I think that is less the case with social consumption, where we just recently went through the process with the regulations. Social consumption may not be an easy thing to get into. We talked at length about the HVAC system.
That's an understatement. Yeah.
And I mean, how, I don't know, is that hundreds of thousands of dollars? And so I still think that even though we do have that 3-year period, and I am so glad that for social consumption, we are providing this opportunity for our equity operators. I think that delivery really is where the opportunity is, and I would like to expand those opportunities as much as possible. So for those reasons, I advocate for 5 years.
Thank you. Well, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. I appreciate that. For the new operator part, or the new applicant part, we had a hearing here and we had a lot of pushback on expanding the map. Like, there's plenty of us in this group. We don't want to expand it. The funds, that means more people will be applying for the funds and there'll be more competition. And Ryan Dominguez from Mass CPA said, to that point, there'll be more people applying. So yes, there needs to be, unfortunately, I'm paraphrasing him, clear winners and losers here, because then the people are jockeying for the same funds. And that's why we have this enormous resistance to opening the map, to allowing more people in. And so I think there's a mixed feeling on the new operator. And that's what I was told by a previous commissioner. There's two sides to that argument with new applicants.
Yeah, and that's what we heard clearly, is that of the 87% of incumbents that were interviewed, that they thought that it should be extended, but many of those same people we've heard from, and they don't want anybody else coming in. And so, and they don't want more applicants coming in because they don't want to have to vie for the funds. And so by opening up or encouraging that, and I don't want to, and again, I don't want to crush anybody's dream. I was in favor of expanding the map, but we didn't get to do that. So this is kind of the two-edged sword that we have to deal with. And I had raised this 3 years ago, and I had basically said that we have to rethink our entire social equity program. I suggested back in 2022 that we put a hold on expanding our additional cohort, because I believe that having another several hundred people go through the program, spending, I don't know, $750,000 on advertising and running the program, that we aren't necessarily creating that real opportunity for people to get into the industry. I still think, and this is why, and thank you again, Commissioner Stebbins, for talking about Equity Hub. I actually think that we need to redefine what social equity is, and make sure that our incumbent licensees have the best opportunity, to thrive, but also have the best opportunity to potentially, and not too far off into the future, create that transformational. So I hear you about the limitations of the fund, and I understand that, but I also know that the very same people who are sending you the info here to expand this are also the ones saying we don't want any more people applying for the fund. So I feel like, I don't know, I feel a little bit between. Commissioner Bennett.
Yeah, I do just want to point out, based on data as of about a week and a half ago, we do currently have 18 provisional licensees between delivery operators and couriers. So that's 18 people who have already invested a lot and are pursuing this, as well as another 26 in the application phase. And so I think it's worth noting, and I do understand that concern. And certainly we heard that they want the longest possible time, but only for the existing operators. I acknowledge that. But it's worth pointing out that we do have the 18 provisional licensees already in the pipeline who have already made investments, and I'm thinking about them as well.
Commissioner Rhodes.
Do you know how long they've been in the pipeline? Because some people have been in there for years, and we've asked for this information before. Do you know how long these folks have been in this pipeline?
What the question that I asked and the information I got was that everybody at least is current within the year in terms of either paying
their fee. We don't know when they started the process.
When they started, but these numbers do not include somebody that might have just let it lapse 2 years ago.
So if I may, Madam Chair, yeah. So I mean, I took a lot of notes that day, and this is, I'm pretty much quoting him. We don't want to add more people into the mix. MCC perspective focuses on those already in the pipeline. Do not dilute the funds from the Social Equity Trust Fund. May have to pick some winners and losers in this. So
Again, I appreciate Commissioner Bennett on, and obviously Commissioner Bennett on sits in the equity seat, and she has a special attention, a special responsibility that she needs to, I think, be representing a perspective, which I appreciate, and I admire the amount of research that's been done on this. But I don't.
again, I echo that sentiment.
Yeah.
Too. Thank you.
All right, so this is something that will require a vote. I'm trying to, so just making sure. So I would entertain a motion to accept the language as drafted, which includes a 36-month exclusivity period with, I think we have it written here, with the ability to extend for a year. I think that's in there. Is that okay, Commissioner? Yeah.
So, yes, so I'm happy to speak a motion.
Please, yeah, if you
for
can
you.
help us. first with
If
that.
there's a motion to approve the April 1st, 2029 delivery exclusivity extension deadline with the ability of the commission to affirmatively vote to extend the period of exclusivity by an additional period as determined by the commission in its discretion. Right? So it's not a 1 year.
It's not in 1 year.
Correct.
We have discretion.
We have discretion.
Okay.
So
Yes, that's even better. Okay, so Commissioner Roy, do I hear a motion to?
Would you put the motion in the chat? I'm the person that needs to read it before I vote on it. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Please.
I'm trying to make one more point.
Oh, please, yeah, thank you.
One other thing I do want to note with regard to the length of the extension is that we did procure the UMass Donahue report, which was very thorough and very well done. And as you all know, advocated for 5 to 7 years. And I also think it's worth noting that we held a public hearing, which we are required to do, but we should, even though it's a requirement, some could view it as kind of a checkbox along the way. I think that we should really take to heart what we hear during that process. And my recollection and my notes are that the testimony we heard was unanimously supporting 5 years, not 3 years. I don't think anybody advocated for a shorter period. So I just want to add those two notes as well, that although we are here to exercise our own independent judgment, the input that we've received, both from the professionals as well as from those who testified, was all for 5 years.
Thank you. So.
Chairman.
Commissioner Stebbins.
While we're waiting on HEC Bruno to help us finalize this motion, just a couple of points I want to bring up, and this is obviously related to the delivery licenses. You know, I would love for us in this intervening period to think about how we might support folks who have a courier license moving over to the operator license. There are other benefits that come with the operator license, you know, repackaging, social consumption. You know, what was interesting about the hearing, and coming back to the hearing, is that we didn't have anybody who came in and said, I don't want the exclusivity because I'm ready to dive into the delivery market. So we know the delivery market remains a challenge. But be interested in starting to have those conversations again with our couriers. There aren't very many of them, but to understand their challenges, and we've heard a number of them. The other thing I would like to suggest, and again, we're watching it and see what happens when the conference bill comes out about delivery into no towns. As it's written right now, communities opting out. I'll go back to perhaps, members of this commission engaging with mass chiefs, trying to talk to officials to say there is value in staying in and allowing delivery for both public health and public safety reasons. So doing what we can to maybe fast track some of those approvals and agreements to opt in or not opt out, that might, again, expand the marketplace for, the 100+ communities that right now do not allow delivery. So.
Sure.
There might be a third opportunity where if, depending what comes out of conference, that we can create license types that expand access to medical. And there might be some opportunity there that we could, collectively put our heads together and come up with that as well. So that could be another opportunity as well.
All right, it looks like we have the language in the chat, and I will read this. Commissioner Roy, I will entertain a motion to adopt an extension for delivery exclusivity until April 1st, 2029, with the ability of the commission to affirmatively vote to extend such period as determined by the commission in its discretion.
So moved.
Do I hear a second, Commissioner Stebbins?
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I will call the roll. Commissioner Benedict?
No.
Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. This language passes 3-1. And again, thank you, Commissioner Benedict. I think you made a number of important points and raised some issues that I hadn't thought about as well. So thank you. All right,
Madam Chair, if I may.
please, thank you.
The next commissioner decision relative to delivery exclusivity, and this may be perhaps out of scope, but out of abundance of caution, and considering the discretion of the board, this public comment indicated that it was seeking to include equity for Indigenous peoples. While that may be a broader scope issue, there is one potential location where the board may consider that in the delivery exclusivity regulations. And so in full deference to the board, I wanted to bring this option to you.
I thought I did this already. I thought we already I thought we already excluded some language about Native American and Indigenous people. I forget, but unless that was just
Diversity plan.
diversity plans.
And it may more appropriately be subject to social equity programs and consideration under those regulations, but just in full deference, there is one location where the board could consider it, and this is at 500-050-10B4, and alternatively in 11F4. The language mirrors each other, but this is for an instance where the delivery market is so oversaturated that the board finds that the operators and the licensees who are in the exclusivity period can't fulfill the market or meet the market demands. And so the board may choose to open exclusivity to other types of licensees, such as women-owned businesses, minority businesses, veterans. And so this is a section where the board could consider it. Again, it may be truly out of scope at this point, but I just wanted to provide deference for the board.
And I will say, and you just raised a point that I think that I had enunciated previously about equities on two different sides. Equity is on the access of individuals disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs to become licensees or to derive other benefits from the social equity or EEA programs here. But equity also pertains to accessing products and understanding how on the other side we can ensure that people do have access to purchase. And again, Commissioner Stebbins raised the point about delivery to no towns. I do think that this is appropriate to consider, but how, when we say scope, we are in essence, do we not have the opportunity to define what is social equity within this part of the regulation?
If I may, Madam
Please,
Chair.
thank you.
Because those are defined terms in other sections and the eligibility for those programs is in other sections, the public doesn't have notice that there would be any changes. And so therefore, any changes to those eligibility requirements or definitions would be out of scope at this point, which is why I've indicated that this may ultimately not fit. But I just wanted to defer to the board if there was some other instance. I think this is the only one that I potentially see. If the board wanted to choose to try to include that, again, ultimately, it may just not fit in this round.
How do we?
I'm trying to locate, I'm looking 500, 050, 10, or you said 11 F4. So I think we just all need to look at it to see if it's appropriate within that. 500, 050, 11 F4. Having a little hard time finding right now.
So can you? And then Commissioner Stebbins, while Rich is getting that, can you?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I think this comment was both raised at the public hearing, and it was also raised in comment and testimony that we received from Dan Berger, known to all of us. But Dan, I went back and read Dan's comments, and I saw, for me, it was a little lack of clarity as to whether he was expressing an opinion about equity for Indigenous tribe members here in Massachusetts as it related to delivery, or whether it related to access to the industry overall. So I read it, I checked in with Commissioner AGC Bruno, and again, that was my takeaway. It was that might not be directly connected to the delivery license type and exclusivity, but another argument Dan was making about, again, allowing access to the industry for folks from Indigenous tribes here in Massachusetts. So I kind of parsed the two and didn't necessarily think it wound up in the decision making. At least for me, it didn't wind up in the decision making around the delivery exclusivity.
Can you restate this? I'm not sure what you're saying.
Sure. Pulled up his comments. He goes, and I can read it. Maybe most important to me is a direct maternal descendant of the First Nation Mi'kmaq. Thank you.
That's how I pronounced it.
I think we're forgetting ourselves entirely if we're not talking about trying to bring in the federally recognized tribes whose land the state of Massachusetts now falls upon. Treaty rights were real. In the Wabanaki tribes in what we now call Maine, the Penobscot, the Passamaquoddy, the Willetski, and Mi'kmaq are the only tribes out of the 570 federal recognized tribes that need to be explicitly written into any federal bill to take advantage of it. That is thanks to the 1980 Land Claims Act. I live in what we now call Northampton. Anyways, I could go on. Equity does not need to be a buzzword. So again, if I'm reading Dan's comments, and certainly if I'm not translating them correctly, I think it was another point he was bringing to the conversation, maybe not necessarily tied back to our decision on delivery exclusive.
Commissioner Roy, you've got something up in there.
Yeah, I put something in the chat about recognized tribal lands in Massachusetts, Mashpee, Wampanoag tribe, Taunton, there's a tribe, the Wampanoag tribe of Gayhead, Aquina, Martha's Vineyard, and other groups like the Nipmuc and the Herring Pond Wampanoags are seeking further recognition and land rights. But I'm comfortable with adding it in B. You're suggesting AGC Bruno? Is that what you're saying? If any place in B, right?
Correct, yes. I think that would be the only place we could consider this particular comment in the context of what is in scope.
And basically, just to reiterate, it's if demand for consumer delivery is likely to exceed the supply of deliverers, let's say, then we have to expand it to these groups.
Correct.
And adding that would only trigger it if we were demonstrated to us demand is exceeding the ability to folks to deliver.
How do we assess demand? how,
deserts, you could look at a heat map and you could say, there's 100 miles with no delivery, you know?
so this is something that could be dealt with in, I mean, we could talk about this, but this would also be something that I don't know if we need in regulations to determine need, but I do think we're gonna have to define it.
Eventually.
Yeah.
And if I'm,
Sure, sounds-
and under B, we might have a challenge because I'm not sure SDO certifies businesses that are operated by Indigenous tribe members. So I think it's a topic worth exploring a little bit further, but again, it is,
So which,
I think as it relates to delivery exclusivity, I don't think it's anything at this point we need to fold in, but
okay.
Madam Chair, if I
Attorney
can-
Bruno?
Thank you.
They do.
Um,
Sorry.
sorry.
they do.
The Massachusetts Supplier Diversity Office certifies business owned by Native Americans, Indigenous peoples as a subcategory of minority business enterprise.
Then maybe we,
The only reason I feel like it was an afterthought to add them to the diversity. You lobbied, advocated for
the
them,
diversity plan.
but and that was almost like an afterthought, and I don't want to do that again, the afterthought.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Please, thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Commissioner Roy. Maybe, so did you state that, and I'll certainly do some research
Sure.
after this conversation, now that I'm hearing there might be a want to include that, but did you state that they are certified
Subcategory,
as a
category of
subcategory?
minority business.
So does the Massachusetts Minority Business Enterprises category cover that, or maybe that's something
That's-
we need to take?
Yeah, so it's like these businesses must be at least 51% owned and controlled by one or more, including American Indians, Eskimos, Aleut, I don't know, Aleut, and are listed in the state's database to increase procurement opportunities. So are you saying through the chair, Attorney Bruno, that they might be already covered in here because it says minority business?
I will do some more research and take that into account, and I can return with some more information for the board. And maybe it's just a lack of clarity. And
That would be really good if it was our driver and then we don't have to. So again, I don't think we're gonna get everything done today, but this also gives us the opportunity to get it done right. So if you could determine whether or not maybe this is already relevant, it's already accessible to them, we just haven't made it a part of our outreach and our.
yes, I'm happy to do that. Thank you.
We'll put a pin in this for
Hate saying that.
I know. master.
All right, are you comfortable with that, Commissioner Stebbins?
Yeah.
Commissioner Bennett, are you comfortable with that? Obviously, do you have any additional thoughts, Commissioner Bennett, just, giving special deference to your thinking on this? Are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, moving on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So our next section will be addressing the Secret Shopper Program. We will start in the definitions section on page 18 of 935 CMR 500. And there is a proposed definition of secret shopper, and I'll wait for our team to get that on the screen before I read that. So secret shopper means an individual authorized by the commission or a commission delegee pursuant to 935 CMR 500-303, including an employee or a third party acting as an agent of the commission or a commission delegee who conducts unannounced purchases of marijuana or marijuana products while posing as an ordinary consumer for the purpose of assessing compliance with applicable statutes, regulations, and commission-approved procedures.
Commissioner Roy.
I'd like to propose expanding this definition. I've dropped it in the chat, if I may read it.
Please, thank you.
Secret shopper means an individual authorized by the.
Could you just back up and explain your.
Sure.
Okay.
So we've had this secret shopper, as we all know, on the books since the inception, when we set up the regulations, and it hasn't been executed because it was very self-limiting and we were boxed in the functionality of it and the optionality of it. And so by the language that Attorney Bruno just read did expand that. But in meeting with folks, stakeholders, there's even more functionality and optionality we could have if we expand the language a little more. That may help us tackle things like inversion, may help us alleviate any trepidation that there may be around product integrity during the chain of custody. And what was brought to us, and Executive Director was there, that secret shopper may also not expand past retail, and we left social consumption out too. So I added that. So it may expand past social consumption and retail and go directly to the cultivators and product manufacturers. And so there would be that lack of concern over product degradation on the shelf, or, how is it handled at the retail level? And so I think this just gives us more flexibility.
Yep, because I attended this meeting as well. The three of us had the benefit. And so again, talking about when you're testing something and you're buying something in a retail location and degradation, how do we know that the product has been properly, has it been temperature controlled? Are there changes in THC concentration, just because something ages? The other thing is, once it's sold and it's out of metric,
It's out of metric. Yeah.
And so this has always been the model that we envisioned to hold people accountable,
Mhm.
keep people honest, keep track of whether or not testing is legitimate and being done well. But if you step that, again, I keep talking behind the veil on the other side, but behind retail, that you would avoid some potential issues. You don't take it out of metric, it's in metric.
Be tightly controlled and would stay within metric if we expand this definition, but still give us the optionality to do the off the shelf at the retail. It would just give us one more options,
One more tool.
and more tools. So if I may read,
Does anybody, I don't know if anybody, why
want
don't
me to
you
read
why
it?
don't you
And then
read it? I just wanted you to tee it up because there's a
of course,
method to what you're proposing.
Yes.
But this actually addresses some potential issues. that
right.
arise.
And I think also we were kind of silent on the age gating part. So I wanted to make sure that was expressly in there as well. So secret shopper means an individual authorized by the commission or a commission delegee pursuant to 935 CMR 500-303, including an employee or a third party acting as an agent of the commission, who conducts unannounced purchases of marijuana or marijuana products while posing as an ordinary consumer for the purpose of assessing compliance with applicable statutes, regulations, and commission-approved procedures at marijuana retailers, social consumption establishments, or other marijuana establishments. A secret shopper may also obtain corresponding control samples of marijuana or marijuana products from marijuana product manufacturers and marijuana cultivators for comparative or investigative purposes. A secret shopper may include an individual who is a commission employee, commission delegee, or a third party under the age of 21 who is directed to pose as an individual aged 21 or older for the limited purpose of assessing a marijuana establishment's compliance with age verification and identification requirements.
So are there any comments and questions? I hope any sort of explanation why this broadened definition we think covers more potential situations, but also could help us in as cost-effective way as possible, make sure that we have properly tested, properly age-gated products that are arriving to consumers. Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I guess the one part of this, I appreciate the expanded definition. The one sentence I guess I have a concern about is a secret shopper may also obtain corresponding control samples of marijuana or marijuana products from marijuana product manufacturers, marijuana cultivators for comparative or investigative purposes. I think I'd be more comfortable with that's That's already, I believe, an authority of the commission to do that. Maybe not comfortable leaving it in here for the secret shopper, which is encompassing not just the commission, but our delegates. I'm not sure
Yeah.
operationally how that would work.
Sure. So we are having language in where we could contract with a third party or even a third party transporter. And so right now, the third party transporter doesn't have the authority to go in as an investigator, but if we contracted with the third, like we contract with ITLs to do confirmatory testing because we don't have a lab. And so we don't have the ability to contract with a third party, a licensee, like a third party transporter to obtain a sample, keep it in metric, under controlled temperature controls, cameraed, manifested. So it's all tightly secure. And if we take it out, then we're back to that we can't do that. We cannot contract. Like we wouldn't have the ability to do that.
So it's kind of before retail and after retail, when we're at retail, and we've, again, when we're talking about someone posing it, a lot goes into setting something like that up at the retail level. And there are some issues to be concerned with in terms of the integrity of the process, the fairness, whether or not something that's been sitting on a shelf has been properly stored. And again, what was pointed out is, once it leaves metric, it leaves metric. And so tracking something like that. So it's not that there's any firm model, but it is stating that we could work with some third party to, on a randomized way, go procure the product and then in a randomized way have double-blind testing that would create that transparency and consistency and accountability. And again, we could get more information. I don't know if it's putting a pin in it right now. If you need, and maybe we can get you more information. But I don't know if the executive.
Yeah, I was just going to say you were at that meeting too. Any thoughts on this?
Certainly, I think the one thing in terms of the existing, which Commissioner Roy pointed out to the individual we were talking to, was that it is kind of more, the original definition is more towards off the shelf, right? So at a retailer. What I would look for before potentially changing the definition is whether or not what you're contemplating here direct from the cultivator and using a third party exists elsewhere and is covered. And therefore, we obviously, if we're going to put it here, we want to make sure that it works properly together. Or if it's redundant, that the commissioners feel that it's covered appropriately elsewhere and doesn't need to be here. So I think we can take that back and have that answer for our meeting on Friday. And so I think at that point, I think the intent is correct, right? We want to make sure that the options of when we're taking the product out of the stream to test, we're increasing optionality, right? That's what we've been talking about. So I think either the answer is that can be done elsewhere in the regs, which we'll come back with, or it should be added here so that we have that option.
Thank you. And again, if we can provide people with additional, and unfortunately, as you know, we had a time frame within which people were supposed to provide testimony, but the problem is with the big snowstorm. And so some people, I mean, frankly, there's some people wanting to testify who couldn't get on their computers, couldn't, join us or couldn't, even email that day. So there were some people who've been, I think, providing valuable input who weren't able to, because of the storm, able to testify either in person or electronically. So some of this information has come in a little bit late. And again, this is the only opportunity we have to share this information with you folks. And because of 30A, we're, open meeting law, we're limited from having. Would have been great to have all four of us on this hearing because I learned a lot. On this meeting, I learned a lot. Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. And again, just, I know we hate to put another pin in something. I'm comfortable with the rest of the definition. I need more clarity and explanation on that sentence.
Yeah, that's okay. We could still, I think that there is more we're hoping to get more information yesterday, but it was, we couldn't get our hands on some of it, so. Commissioner Benedon?
Thank you. I have a question about the language that was added regarding under the age of 21 who is directed to pose as an individual age 21 or older. So I'm certainly comfortable with specifying that this can include somebody under the age of 21 that's necessary. But my understanding is that the way that this is always done when it comes to age verification is that a person who's under the age to purchase goes in, they are not to misrepresent their age in any way. They are not to pose as somebody who's over 21. The check is really, are they being asked for their age? If so, they provide their real age. And so I wanted to ask a question about that. Are we suggesting that people will misrepresent their age?
That's actually a good point. They do it the lottery. So, and that's how I think we always did it at the lotteries. I mean, we
Is that
did
they
have.
did misrepresent?
Well, they didn't misrepresent anything, but what it is you go and you try to buy it and you're not. So I think that your question is appropriate. Who is directed to pose as an individual? I think it's really, oh, go ahead. Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellent point, Commissioner Benedon.
Yeah.
And this was something that stuck out to me as well. So just to frame this for the Alcoholic Beverage Commission for their underage verification program, their standards are exactly as Commissioner Benedon described. The underage individuals not to indicate that they are older than the age of 21. The point being is that there should not be deception to cause the licensee to violate and ultimately that program.
No, if someone lies about how old they are, then you can't go after the licensee, right? Because they're.
And they hand over their real ID that says that they're.
Well, the point is, we're
Right.
making sure they hand over an ID and they check it, right?
Right.
That they're checking the license for, and so, I mean, and I'm also thinking, kids with fake IDs, right? I mean, so our job is to also make sure that even if someone presents a fake ID, we have a way to manage that or a way to walk me through, because I know we did it at the lottery. I know they do it at the alcohol and beverage. So I don't think it's someone saying I am 21 necessarily, but it's just that they're not properly determining whether or not they truly are over age 21. So how?
Madam Chair, thank you. So one of the things that is looked at in these enforcement actions through the ABCC is essentially if there's entrapment. So if the individual comes in and makes efforts to appear older or has an ID that's not their own, or if they're verbally asked, are you 21 or older, and they say yes and they're not, those are factors that could be considered by the courts and by the agency to find that that violation is in fact not a violation, and therefore the enforcement doesn't.
But can I ask, we don't allow someone to just verbally say, you know what I mean? That question is almost moot, isn't it?
Madam Chair, I'm just trying to give an
No,
example of
yeah,
ways that an under 21-year-old could misrepresent themselves. That's all.
Yeah.
They can't misrepresent their age in the enforcement action.
Gotcha.
And so that's where the distinction is. So it's a good catch, Commissioner
Yeah,
Bennett.
no, yes, yeah.
And there's,
I did a strike through.
yeah,
Sure, check it out.
there's also standard conduct created by the ABCC for these underage individuals, specifically indicating things about their clothing, what they're authorized to be able to say when asked questions about age or handing over their ID. So I'll get to E.C. Gooden's point. He uses the phrase steal their homework. I think those are things that we could certainly adopt and consider, especially when working with underage 21 individuals where an agency has already set all of these standards that have been upheld in the courts. So that's a very easy way for the commission to adopt that program, knowing that the standards that they've set have worked, have been upheld, have had enforcement actions withstand court scrutiny.
So just to go back, all right, so, sure,
Um,
all right,
so we good on this, I have a question about the, obtaining product at the, product.
let's just finish this and make sure that, and Commissioner Bennett has raised a good point.
Definitely.
We're taking out who's directed to pose, so we can't direct anybody to pose. But they will be legally under the age of 21 for the limited purposes of assessing their compliance. So basically, they're underage, they go in and they present themselves to purchase something, and then it is up to the marijuana establishment to comply with age verification, to get an ID, to get a valid ID. So I think that that's clear. You're comfortable with that, Commissioner Bennett?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, Commissioner Roy?
I actually have a question for Interim Chief Enos, who is in the back, if you could come up.
Scripters, but good enough.
Thank you. So my question is, because we're contemplating here in Secret Shopper of obtaining, a secret shopper may also obtain corresponding control samples at a product manufacturer or cultivator. So, and currently, when we do confirmatory testing and the ITLs, right? So we have agreements with every ITL. We want to execute it to do confirmatory testing. So currently, an investigator would get that product. How does it get to the ITL from the retailer, let's say, or?
Oh, sure. No, thank you, Commissioner Roy. So in various cases, if we do obtain product from that and we know for sure it's going to the ITL, the investigator themselves would likely transport that,
Okay.
utilizing the state vehicle. We have chain of custody documentation that we use to kind of clearly show out the chain of progression from where we picked it up, time, and obviously then we drop it off at the ITL. So that's how that would get documented on our end, but it would be ours.
In metric at that point? Are we able to keep it in metric? Do you know?
I'm sorry, can you?
So once we procure the product, and we in that chain of custody, does it stay in metric?
Oh, yes, absolutely, yes.
Okay.
I believe, I do believe through the task force, one of the discussions was that the CCC may change some element of it so that the ITL does not necessarily understand where it came from.
Yep.
So there's that discussion
That-
that we maintain the tracking of it. Just to clarify,
Within
in metric versus potentially changing how it presents so that the ITL does not know.
Right, like we anonymize it so they can't
Exactly.
know where it's coming from. So based on our current regulations, you couldn't send like an IT, like a third-party transporter to go get the product and bring it currently, could you?
So the question is, could we have a third-party transporter
Third-party transporter,
pick up
go to
product?
Kim Roy's Cannabis, get yummy gummies.
I would have to look into that a little further. I mean, if that is, the will of the board, again, that's what kind of.
Because we don't have to get this fast, we need to get this right.
Yeah.
And so it'd be really helpful if you can take that, do you have any, okay, Executive Director, maybe?
I believe the question's related to the previous discussion on delegee, which is why we're talking about increasing or adding the optionality for the third party.
Yeah.
So that in the past, that we have been limited through the delegee language to be using our staff or staffs from other state agencies, and that's the discussion of adding in or expanding what the delegee is allowed to be.
Thank you. So are you satisfied?
Kind of, that's helpful. So currently with the testing task force, the commission staff, we couldn't use a delegee. In Secret Shopper, we're limited to a delegee, which is very limiting the way it's written. And so when I say we, commission staff, investigators have gone I think we don't pay for it, but then our CFAO gets the licensee reimbursed for the product. And then we deliver it to the ITL for we anonymize it and then get it to the ITL for confirmatory testing. We could not say to a third-party transporter, go to Kim Roy's Cannabis and get, whatever rainbow flower product, and then drive it to the IT. Like, we couldn't do that right now, right? We're limited, or that's something you got to look into.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I'd appreciate a little bit more time to look into that.
Of course,
100% fair and accurate answer on that.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Just so I'm understanding the question, that is your question, that could a third-party transporter currently go into another licensee's facility, obtain a certain product, and then transport said product to an
On the direction of the commission.
on the direction of commission?
Yes, that's
We'll certainly look into that and
Okay.
get back to you.
Thank you so much.
How do we pay for it now?
My understanding is that a record of the transaction is done.
An investigator goes into a retailer.
Kim Roy's Cannabis and
Yeah.
says, I need that, and a record of the train with the amount. And then I believe it's submitted to our CFAO, who has something,
How do they walk out the door with it without,
there's a receipt of the
would they pay
transaction.
cash? I mean,
No, there's no money exchanged. And then I believe the CFAO issues them reimbursement at a later date.
Okay.
Am I wrong, Nora?
I do believe that CFAO has worked with the comptroller on a couple different options, including potential cash option. And so I think we've discussed the task force a little bit with EC in the past. So I did note for him if you want to get into kind of what we have today. But I do believe, and through the previous discussions and where we are for Secret Shop, from the previous discussions on this, the intent is to expand our ability to use folks potentially in a variety of different ways, whether it be for an entire program or parts of a program, that the commission could in the future choose to have a third party do things that currently would be for our staff or other state agencies that we would partner with. And so, for an example, for age verifications, I talked to a couple different states that are currently doing that with similar language to us. What they do is they'll have an intern basically in one state who works for their equivalent of our commission. And then that individual is technically a delegee or is technically working for the commission. They go do the age verification. I asked what happens when you leave. They said, we basically have the investigators waiting outside. We don't have that person if they do get product. We don't have them leave anywhere other than hand it directly over to our investigators. Another one, use part-time employees. That would work within this system, but to have another, we would procure the services of a third-party entity who would say, we will run your age verification for you. We cannot do that without the changes that we're talking about.
Commissioner Roy, and then I guess our argument would be like, then why aren't we doing that right along? Why didn't we have interns right along? Why didn't we have part-time employees right along? We could do it. We never did it. It's, how many years later, we've never done interns or part-time employees. And quite frankly, I don't know if we have the budget to hire interns and, and provide benefits and, so we could have done that right along and it was never done. So.
I agree with the point that, the options that I've seen a couple other states use probably were available. And I agree with Commissioner Roy's point as well, that I think on Monday, myself, Commissioner Roy, the chair, CFAO will be presenting
we just got a message from CFAO saying the commission is invoiced by the retailer per the request of commission staff making the purchase. And she gave me a big, strong thumbs up there. So.
And so I do believe that whatever process we end up with, because I do think what we're talking about now is what the four walls will be, and then guidance documents will come from there as well on the program that we want to see, and also what we can support through the budget, and that again, increasing the options that we have to build out that program is important.
Thank you. All right, so we have a tentative definition, but we're still going to get some additional information back. Do we have consensus to move on from here? Anybody have any questions or any additional information that they need from staff before we take a final vote on this in the very near future? Hearing none. We'll move on, Attorney Burnham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we will move to page 140, and this is 500-303 unannounced purchase for purpose of investigative testing, secret shopper program. Just so that the public is aware, when we're discussing these, the language and amendments are mirrored in the medical use regulations, with the exception of the relevant citations. And so we will start at subsection 1. And so I will read subsection 1. Secret shopper program authorized. The commission may at any time and without prior notice authorize an employee, commission delegee, or third party acting as an agent of the commission or a commission delegee to act as a secret shopper and to conduct unannounced purchases of marijuana or marijuana products from any marijuana establishment while posing as an ordinary consumer for any investigative purposes that are consistent with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 94G, Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 94I, Statute 2016, Chapter 334, as amended by Statute 2017, Chapter 55, Statute 2022, Chapter 180, 935 CMR 500 or 935 CMR 501, medical use of marijuana, including but not limited to investigative testing for compliance with laboratory standards and identification check requirements. The amendments to this subsection were mainly to try to adopt the definition of secret shopper. So some of the language changes were because there's now a proposed definition. Another change in this subsection is where the in the very first line, the commission or a commission delegee may, at the first public meeting when this was discussed, there was discussion by the board, and I think Commissioner Stebbins particularly, that the commission thought it may be best to appropriately keep ultimate control over all secret shopper programming in the hands of the commission, as opposed to it potentially being within the hands of a commission delegee. And so ultimately, all secret shopper programs with this language would be at the designation and direction of the commission. And to include the term commission delegee later, where it says that with an authorized employee, commission delegee, or third party acting as an agent of the commission or a commission delegee, envisions the ability of the commission to work with these individuals, whether local law enforcement, whether these are underage individuals who are coordinated and procured through the commission or through local law enforcement directly. What we've seen with the ABCC is that many law enforcements appear to work directly in engaging the under 21 individual. And so we wanted to keep that an option open for the board since we've seen that be successful for another agency.
Thank you. Any questions on that? Thank you. Commissioner Wright?
My only question is, if we expand the definition, this just limits it to purchasing, where if we agree, 3 of us agree, and it goes to product manufacturing cultivation, they're not purchasing it there, they're obtaining it there.
Yeah. Executive Director, this is what we talked about.
I think we would still compensate the business though. And so just to clarify as well,
So people procure.
right, yeah, procure, obtain, I think you used.
Yeah, but if we're gonna compensate the business
Compensate,
regardless,
procure, yeah,
then we could put procure.
Mhm.
So purchase or procure,
If the definitions change, that would be a change that we would want to make here, yeah.
yeah.
And does procure work? Because this is like obtain, procure, you know what I mean?
Well, we're gonna reimburse regardless of,
And are we always, I mean, that's also a policy decision, I would think, in some instances.
Meaning, do we have to say we're gonna pay for it? I mean, I would assume. I mean, we don't, if someone gives you a batch,
how about we have purchase, procure, or obtain?
yeah, that might,
Option.
that work for everybody because
And there's more tools.
yeah.
That was a little more.
Yeah, but sort of thinking about, we can see how clearly, and the CFAO is here, but we do pay. And one would assume that, like, if we do secret shopper now, we do pay. If we take anything out of the stream of commerce, we'll pay for it. So we're not gonna make them be not compensated for something we've taken from them. But do we have to write that in? Attorney Bruno, I'm assuming,
Well, one can make the argument that,
If I may,
please, thank you.
that cultivator in product manufacturer aren't retailers and they're not selling to the,
Right.
right? And so I think if you put purchase, procure, or obtain,
Mhm.
it gives us a little more.
Yeah.
It doesn't box us in.
Right. Sorry.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify as well. So what the task force did, which obviously is not one for one with Secret Shopper, which
Right.
we've discussed, is they did not use cash, but the CFAO did set up with the comptroller an account so that with the posing as an ordinary consumer, we have the ability to use cash, right, to do the ordinary consumer. Right now in the task force, it is, we're taking the product, you bill us, we'll send you the money. And then that was how that was done. But we have those options currently set up through the CFAO, working with the comptroller. So I think the optionality that Commissioner Roy is mentioning and broadening is the best way, in my opinion.
Attorney Brown.
Capture that. Thank you.
We can move to subsection 2.
Hold on, Commissioner Stebbins.
So sorry.
So do we need to make a motion to adopt this particular language, or is it?
Just consensus, Madam Chair, I think is fine.
Okay, all right, great, thank you. So do we have consensus that this language fits the bill unless Commissioner Stebbins has some additional comments?
Just a quick amendment. When we look at the title of section 1, secret shopper program, should it be authorization and not authorized?
I think that would be perfectly fine. That was original language, and so if it's more appropriate authorization, I think that's fine.
Is that what it says now?
It says authorized now, and it probably is authorization. It's probably a better term.
yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, good catch.
So, yeah.
Boy, that's from 2017. Good job, 2018.
All right,
Attorney Bruno?
we can move to subsection 2, titled Documentation of Purchases. A secret shopper shall document each purchase, including at minimum date, time, and place of purchase, type and amount of marijuana or marijuana products purchased, and any other information required by the commission. Subsection B, the commission shall prescribe standardized forms or electronic systems for documentation of secret shopper activities. The amendment here comes from after consultation with I&E, as well as keeping in mind the commission's very broad statutory authority here to keep the commission's authority broad through the catch-all. The earlier draft required some documentation that may unintentionally constrain the commission or commission oversight and enforcement actions. So that's the reason for the change there.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. Dropping into the chat, just some potential changes. Again, changing it from documentation of purchasing to documentation of authorization. And adding, it talks, secret shopper shall document each authorization, including at a minimum, right, date, time, and place of purchase, type and amount of marijuana or marijuana products purchased. I'm suggesting we add a new number 3, which is suspected or alleged violations of 935 CMR 500. If they're going in and doing an age verification, that wouldn't necessarily qualify as under the purchase information.
Where's reading this from?
I just dropped it into the chat.
Oh, not seeing, I'm also having a little connectivity
wait a minute.
right now.
Helps.
Yeah, because mine keeps kicking out, so I'm not sure if I'm seeing it.
There you go. Sorry about that. Helps if I hit send. And if I might, this is, again, we want them going in, we want them obviously obtaining or purchasing product for testing, but it's my understanding we're also looking to them to potentially identify other violations, which would include age verification within 935 CMR 500. I think we'd certainly want them to report back.
So does anybody have any questions or comments about this language? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Bennett, I'm sorry, I'm not looking at my screen.
Why is it documentation of authorizations rather than documentation of purchases?
It is documentation of purchases on this.
The language that Commissioner Stebbins provided in the chat, was that intentional or?
If I might.
Yes, please.
Sure. I changed it up because, again, retitling number one, secret shopper program authorization, the documentation, if I get a sense of what some of the benefits and results we're hoping to see from the secret shopper program is not just making purchases, but again, testing whether they did my age verification and things like that. So expanding that title to documentation of authorizations, it would capture the purchase, it would capture any observed violations of 935 CMR 500. So it's more than just the documentation. If they come back to us and said, hey, we got the product, and by the way, they never checked my ID the second time or did something like that, we would want to make sure we captured that information.
But I hear what Commissioner Bennett is saying, because it's documentation of authorizations. And so the authorization would be, as you're saying, the process. But I hear what you're saying about document each authorization. So is it interaction, or you know what I mean?
Transaction.
That's what I'm saying, is that transaction, or I hear what you're saying, because it's,
To me, authorization is what comes before
umbrella.
they do it.
yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Whereas the time at the
The
establishment.
activity.
The authorization is what says this individual or this business or whatever, whoever is going to do it on our behalf, they're authorized to do it, and then it's per transaction.
I understand the desire to have a broader term than just purchases,
Yeah.
because if there's no purchase, there still would be an exchange. You know, if they get booted because of the age, there's never a
But
purchase.
is it transaction? Is, you know what I mean? It feels like that's almost the word, but I don't know. Attorney Bruno?
I think we can wordsmith this offline, but I think what I'm hearing is that there's a wish from the board to capture more than just the purchase, but the entire scope of the secret shopper's assigned work for it. Is that, okay?
Yeah.
So I think we can wordsmith that, and I think we can certainly do that offline. I can bring that to the board.
Again, Commissioner Stebbins is talking about the umbrella, what's falling under the umbrella. So, and I think that also helps us, you know, in talking about chain of custody and different things like that. We're gonna have to button this up as well as you've been observing the ABCC does. So that's helpful. Thank you. Those are good comments. All right, we have,
Sometimes it's just an interaction.
yeah,
It's not necessarily.
Yeah.
Purchase.
oh, yeah, meaning if the age gating.
The indicating could be just an interaction, not a purchase.
All right, so we have consensus. We need to wordsmith this a little, transaction, interaction.
So like, for instance, if I may.
Yeah, please.
So I'm thinking ahead to social consumption, and we have a music festival in a field and 1,000 young people want to get in. And so we send a 20-year-old, not posing as a 21-year-old, a 20-year-old, and they get in. Well, under our advisement, then they're gonna leave. They got in, but they're not gonna Zoom and purchase and
Yeah.
they're gonna get out. So they just had an interaction. They didn't have a purchase or a transaction. They had an interaction.
Yeah.
And then got in, shouldn't have got in, and then,
And then they're gonna document and say, I got in or.
Yeah.
or-
so you could put press purchase, transaction, interaction, all the above, or.
Yeah, but you might, yeah, there might be.
Catch all phrase. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Good.
Good catch.
All right, we have consensus to move on, and that will be wordsmith for us. Attorney Bruno, cheapers, I'm kidding. Again, we're getting to that point of the day, so.
It is already 3:30. So we will move to subsection 3, custody, preservation, and transport of purchases. The commission shall maintain records documenting the chain of custody and handling of marijuana or marijuana products purchased, with the caveat of changing that language as we just discussed, under the secret shopper program, including but not limited to records relating to the purchase, storage, transfer, transport, testing, and disposition of such products if applicable. The commission may authorize use of marijuana transporters, including third-party transporters, to transport secret shopper purchases to an independent testing laboratory or other secure facility, provided that such transport is conducted in compliance with all applicable requirements of 935 CMR 500. C, marijuana or marijuana products purchased under the secret shopper program shall be securely stored and transported in a manner that maintains sample integrity, prevents diversion, and avoids contamination or spoilage. D, any contamination, suspected tampering, loss, theft, or spoilage of purchases obtained under the secret shopper program shall be promptly documented and reported in writing to the commission. The commission or commission delegee may authorize disposal pursuant to 935 CMR 500-105 subsection 12. The major change to this subsection 3 is subsection A. 3A is a new subsection. That was new language added to capture the documentation of chain of custody. The additional language change is under B, where previously there was an indication that the use of marijuana transporters and third-party transporters needed to comply with specific citations to 500 and to capture all potential requirements that these individuals would need to comply with. Legal would advise to just include 500 as a whole. And so that was a change there. And the other change is to subsection D, that if there is the tampering, loss, theft, or spoilage of purchases obtained, that it be reported in writing. So the change there was that it's not just reported, but it's reported in writing to the commission.
Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. And again, I'm under the assumption we're going to build out some, this is based in regs, but we're going to build out some important SOPs and other things to kind of back this up behind the regulatory language. I guess I had a question on B. And if I'm not mistaken, some independent testing labs have their own vehicles by which they drive product or samples back and forth with a lot of their clients. Could we have the flexibility here to use a marijuana transporter, including third-party transporters, as well as the ITL we might be choosing to use to also come and get the product and then take it back to their lab?
Commissioner Wright?
So in theory, yes, but I think the reason is we want to, as a task force, anonymizes it so the lab doesn't know. So if we send the lab to go to Kim Roy's Cannabis, they're gonna know where it came from. And so the task force now gets it and puts another identifier on it, so they don't know. And so the lab were to go pick it up and say it's a customer of theirs, it might be a conflict. If it's one of theirs, so I think that's why the labs were left out. They'd have too many points of contact. They're gonna test, the labs are gonna ultimately test this, and so they will know where it comes from if they go get it.
Okay.
They'll be blind.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
But it's a good question, but
Yeah. There are no bad questions. Questions. Very good. Attorney Bruno, moving on.
Very good. So we will move on to subsection 4, use of secret shopper investigative results. Subsection A, results of investigations conducted under the secret shopper program, including but not limited to investigative testing for compliance with laboratory testing standards, identification check requirements, and investigative reports, shall be promptly submitted to the commission in the form and manner specified by the commission. B, all investigative results shall be retained as part of the records for the marijuana establishment from which the purchase originated and may be used to determine compliance with MGLC 94G, MGLC 94I, 935 CMR 500, and 935 CMR 501 by the marijuana establishment from which the purchase originated and any other licensee whose conduct, products, or testing results are implicated by the investigative findings. D, upon notice to the marijuana establishment, the investigative results indicating non-compliance may be used by the commission to take administrative or disciplinary action on the license of the marijuana establishment pursuant to applicable enforcement and disciplinary provisions of 935 CMR 500. Without notice, subsection D, without notice to the marijuana establishment, the commission may share such investigative results with any other law enforcement, regulatory, or public health authorities with jurisdiction subject to applicable laws governing confidentiality in public records. In subsection E, the commission may elect to conduct further evaluation of the investigative results at any time for verification or for other purposes reasonably related to sanitation, public health, or public safety.
Commissioner Roy?
Through the chair to AGC Bruno, on B, where it says purchase, should we add or procured? Like, I think anywhere there's purchase, we have to look add that additional language.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
If I may, Madam Chair, yes, we'll do a due diligence check on all of those terms. So for anywhere there's an instance of the term purchase, we will include that new coupling. Yeah, yes, yep, or triplet, I guess. It's a triplet, yes. The changes to these subsections were in subsection A, where we included from some original language, including but not limited to investigative testing for compliance with laboratory testing standards, identification check requirements, and there was already the amendment in investigative reports. Just to further elaborate the ability of the commission to utilize the investigative results for these purposes. Another change is in subsection B, where there is the additional statement that these results may be used to determine compliance by the marijuana establishment from which the purchase originated and any other licensee whose conduct, products, or testing results are implicated by the investigative findings, to allow the commission to take enforcement action against any other participant in the secret shopper action, I guess I'll call it.
Sorry.
So sorry, subsection 4B.
140, number
4B.
Yeah,
Okay,
4B.
It was already 5, sorry.
No problem. And this was, I'll just read it again for you, Commissioner Roy. The new language is and 935 CMR 500 by the marijuana establishment from which the purchase originated and any other licensee whose conduct, products, or testing results are implicated by the investigative findings. So the intent of that language was to allow the commission to take any enforcement action necessary if there is some violation discovered through this secret shopper program, but it's not from where the product was purchased, procured, or obtained, then the commission would have the ability to use results discovered through this program to take that action. And the final change in these sections is in C, subsection C, to add the terms administrative or disciplinary action on the licensee, just to clarify the type of action that could be taken. And previously, there was a list indicating that there could be administrative holds, plans of correction, fines, or other civil penalties, license suspension, non-renewal, revocation, and so forth. And to rather simplify that and include more broadly all applicable enforcement and disciplinary provisions of 9 through 5 CMR 500, just to prevent there being an instance that we are somehow missing any type of enforcement action that could be taken under our rules, and that it allows the broad authority for any disciplinary action to be taken that's appropriate.
I just wanna, so I'm looking at the clock. I want to, I may want to take a brief recess. But I am pretty confident that we can get everything done by 5 o'clock. Are you comfortable? Are you guys comfortable?
Yeah.
Would you mind?
This seems so bad after social consumption.
Yeah. So, Commissioner Roy, I'll entertain a motion to recess until 3:45.
So.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
I move in second, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Let's go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, so we're back in and we'll turn it back over to Attorney Bruno, and I guess we're on page 141 to section 4D. Is that where we are?
thank you, Madam Chair. I think we completed subsection 4. So yes,
So you did, okay.
141. And we are on 500-303 subsection 5, conditions for secret shopper participation. A, the commission shall establish minimum standards for secret shoppers, which may include but are not limited to training requirements regarding applicable laws, regulations, investigative protocols, and confidentiality, prohibitions on financial interest or other conflicts that could undermine the integrity or impartiality of the program, and requirements to promptly disclose any potential conflict of interest. B, secret shoppers shall execute confidentiality agreements approved by the commission as applicable and shall be subject to all applicable laws and policies regarding the protection of confidential, personally identifiable, or law enforcement sensitive information. C, the commission may revoke or suspend the authorization of any secret shopper for failure to comply with 935 CMR 500-303, any applicable agreement, or any directive of the commission or a commission delegee. The changes, proposed changes to this subsection are very minimal, mostly to include the secret shopper defined term and to include terms such as in subsection 5A, 5A, not even further, but just to include but are not limited to, so that the commission clearly has the authority to set additional minimum standards beyond what's just named here. And then lastly, in 5B, where it indicates that a secret shopper shall execute confidentiality agreements approved by the commission, as applicable. In case a secret shopper may also include an employee of the commission, where sometimes those types of agreements may not be necessary. So just for flexibility in the language.
Are there any questions or comments from Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick suggestion on I'm wordsmithing here, but under C, the commission, I would suggest making a change. The commission may revoke or suspend the participation of any secret shopper as opposed to the authorization. Again, if we look back up at the title under 5, it says conditions for secret shopper participation. I'm just trying to figure out if those words need to align.
Yeah, but we might want to make it authorization, keep your authorization word and stick authorization and participation.
I hear you on that. I'm just looking at
Yeah, no, you're
calling
right.
5 conditions for secret shopper participation. I view the authorization as we are authorizing you to go out and do secret shopper task. It's the overall participation of anybody we select as a secret shopper that we might want to end.
Okay.
I agree with, if I may,
Yeah,
Like we're revoking your credentials. Like,
right.
that's how I look at authorization. Like, so therefore, if you have no credentials, you de facto cannot participate.
Again, maybe I'm overthinking, over wordsmithing. I'm just looking at the title for this section, and participation seems broader, but I'm amenable either way.
Well, see, authorization is, as you kind of reflected in the previous section, it is kind of credentials, right? It's not authorized. It's the process of them being able to do it. I hear what you're saying, making it consistent, but I think,
if I may, it's like you have authorization and then under it you participate, but you need to be authorized before you can participate.
and then we revoke.
Yes, the authorization, therefore you can no longer participate.
So should we retitle the title under number 5 or just leave it?
Well, that's what I was asking, but I'm not sure. That's what, when you said that, that's what I thought we should, well, conditions for the authorization happens first. It's just a chicken and egg.
Yep.
So the chicken is the authorization and the egg is participation. And then we're gonna, anyway,
Flip it
I'm
around.
making really bad analogies. Anyway, it's gonna be
No,
an egg.
Bruno might have a good one. Green Bruno.
But
Yeah.
I mean, Madam Chair.
Oh,
So sorry,
making a
Commissioner
good
Stebbins.
point, but it's.
Yeah.
Nuanced.
Sorry, I thought you were, sorry if I interrupted you. I thought you had concluded, but maybe you still have something further. I'm sorry.
No, I would look at it as maybe different chicken and the egg. We select people to participate. And then once we've selected somebody to participate, then we authorize them to go up and undertake these activities that we ask. Just, and that's the participation, right? They got to meet training requirements. They got to make sure they don't have any financial interests or other conflicts and, other requirements. So we may revoke or suspend the participation of any secret shopper, meaning they're out of the program. It's not just
But the
authorized.
revocation is like
The authorization.
the authorization. We're revoking the authorization.
Okay.
So I feel like,
Well,
no, but to make it consistent with your saying, maybe we just say conditions for secret shopper authorization or ongoing authorization or continue, you know what I mean? I don't know if you need to do something like that, but I hear the point you're making, but I think participation.
How about this? If I make authorization conditions for secret shopper participation, we get it bookended.
like I said,
That's what I got. Wait a minute.
I'm okay with the
It's like a cheap
terminology.
button,
I'm
it's like-
okay with the terminology is we can leave it the way it is. I'm okay with that.
Okay. I mean, I think participation is pretty you know what I mean? It's them being a part of it. We've already talked about how they get authorized and then participating. The authorization is we check the box and their participation is their continued activity within there. If their continued activity, their participation does not, if the activities that they undertake, the way they participate, they're not doing it the right way, then we revoke their authorization. Is that, am I saying that?
I think so. Yes, Madam Chair. Yes, I'm just thinking through how I think,
Commissioner Stebbins is right to get it.
Yes, yes,
consistent,
yes.
But I'm just not, I think we
I'm-
are talking two different things.
right, I think what I'm hearing from the chair and Commissioner Roy is that you have to be cleared or authorized in order to participate in the
Right.
program. And Commissioner Stebbins is saying you have to be selected another way. I think you guys are saying the same thing, just using the words differently. So you have to be selected or cleared as a participant in order to take on the authorized secret shopper program. So I think you guys are actually saying the same thing, but it's just confusing because of the wording. So I'm happy to wordsmith this offline and maybe with the title. I see the point and I think consistency is helpful. Yeah.
And thank you, AGC. And again, it's looking at the terminology. We are authorizing people to be a secret shopper. We authorize somebody to then again go and undertake a purchase,
Participate.
right? And that's an authorization too. So like I said, I'm comfortable with the
Do
language.
you know that I absolutely love these debates on the head of a pin? I find it fascinating and I find it very refreshing. So thank you. And then we land back on.
And then we land back on, it looks fun.
What pin we've jumped off.
Helps just to talk it out.
Okay. Do you have what you need from
this.
Commissioner Wright? Go ahead.
Conditions for secret shopper authorization and participation.
Cover both.
Mm.
Yeah, I think that sounds good. All right, do we have a consensus that is good to go?
See, we got the chicken and the egg. Yes, there you go.
Chicken on.
Madam Chair, I can move.
Oh, please, yes, sorry.
Section 6.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
So subsection 6, prohibition on interference and retaliation. Subsection A, a licensee, marijuana establishment agent, or any person or entity acting directly or indirectly on their behalf shall not interfere with, attempt to improperly identify, intimidate, or retaliate against any individual reasonably believed to be participating in the secret shopper program. B, interference with or retaliation against participants in the secret shopper program by a licensee, marijuana establishment agent, or any person or entity acting directly or indirectly on their behalf may constitute grounds for administrative or disciplinary action up to including license suspension or revocation and assessment of civil penalties or other applicable enforcement and disciplinary provisions of 935 CMR 500. The proposed amendments here are to include in subsection A that after any person or entity is a new addition, just to include if there's any other not single person, but some organization that is potentially interfering. Additionally, to include acting directly or indirectly.
Could you back up?
Yes.
Repeat that for me. I'm not sure I'm following.
So the statement says a licensee, marijuana establishment agent, or any person. The new language is to add or entity, so that this provision would apply if there is some other organization or business that is interfering in the program.
Gotcha.
Okay. Acting directly or indirectly is also new proposed addition, directly or indirectly, so that there is clarity whether it's either that conduct is included in interference and retaliation, and then attempt to improperly identify, because some actions are not necessarily rising to improper interference if one of these marijuana establishment agents or persons or entities are just trying to act in good faith. So adding improperly, I think, helps clarify that this is interference and retaliation as opposed to some permissible action. In subsection B, the proposed revisions are to include after secret shopper program, the new language is by a licensee, marijuana establishment agent, or any person or entity acting directly or indirectly on their behalf, for consistency with the subsection above. And the other addition is after civil penalties, comma, or any other applicable enforcement and disciplinary provision of 935 CMR 500, just to include any other type of enforcement action that the agency might wish to take.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, we will move on to subsection 7.
Subsection 7, obligation to cooperate. The failure to cooperate with the secret shopper program, including but not limited to refusal to complete a transaction that is otherwise lawful and offered in compliance with applicable law, refusal to permit the exit of purchased products, or failure to provide receipts or other documentation customarily provided to consumers may result in administrative or disciplinary action against the licensee pursuant to applicable enforcement and disciplinary provisions of 935 CMR 500. The changes here are after including to add but not limited to, so that there's certainly flexibility to enumerate even further, to include actions beyond what's just enumerated here in this subsection. And to also add the language after transaction that is otherwise lawful and offered in compliance with applicable law. Additionally, to later where it states customarily provided to consumers, it previously stated customers, and the change here was to use a defined term. And the last addition here is at the very end, the new language, applicable enforcement and disciplinary provisions of 935 CMR 500, again, just to encompass all of the potential enforcement actions of the commission.
Right. Any questions or comments, Commissioner Stebbins?
Thank you, Chair. And went over this with Attorney Bruno, and again, maybe it's too much wordsmithing, but consider adding the failure of the licensee to cooperate. Just to be clear.
Well, I'm 1, 2, 3, the first.
Right at the top, obligation to cooperate, the failure of the licensee to cooperate, all of that language. And then at the end, obviously it states may result in administrative or disciplinary action against the licensee.
So you're just specifying the failure of the licensee, yeah. Think we're good.
Yes, Madam Chair, there are two commissioner decisions that I can raise. I think they've mostly been covered by our conversation here today. But because they were from public comment, just for the public record, there is a commission decision as to the extent the secret shoppers program is codified in regulation, documentation, chain of custody, and procurement. As I originally discussed at our first public meeting with this, there is very broad statutory authority that the commission has to set standards and enforce those standards. That authority alone gives the commission all of its ability, it supports its ability to execute this secret shopper program, where not necessarily every aspect of the program has to be defined specifically in regulation. This is also what we've seen from other agencies. I know I've referenced the Alcoholic Beverage Commission as well, and their secret shopper program is based solely upon their statutory authority. They have absolutely no regulations regarding their secret shopper program, and their program has been upheld by Massachusetts courts. And so that's certainly a commissioner decision. I think the board has been very thoughtful in how it has chosen to make its amendments in regulations here. But since this was just something indicated in public comment, I wanted to certainly inform the board that that was a public comment and it's a policy decision for the board by all means.
Thank you. All right.
I'm comfortable with it in regulation. Thank you.
Okay. Treasurer Stebbins?
Yeah, also, I'm comfortable. I think the regulations set good guardrails for us. I at least fully expect there's going to be a lot of SOPs and documentation and everything else kind of behind this. So.
Yeah,
Likewise.
thank you.
Thank you.
Right, I think we have consensus here, and you have one other.
Yes, one other. The last is whether to allow third parties to act as secret shoppers and the extent to a secret shopper may act on behalf of the agency shopper versus submitting test submissions. So there were a few public comments as to the scope of a secret shopper. And I think Commissioner Roy, you've been kind of explaining that throughout here. And so I think that this has been fully contemplated by the board. But again, just out of deference to you as commissioners.
And if I may, this is why we find ourselves here today, because we didn't have the ability, and we're boxed in now with commission delegee, and we haven't executed the program since 2017, 2018, we haven't executed this program. So I think having the latitude, the wingspan, flexibility, pick a word, it would be very helpful to us.
Take a word. That's what we want you to do. Take a word.
Optionality, executive director.
Wingspan, that's a good one. I like that.
Wingspan.
All right, are you comfortable? Is everyone here comfortable with where we are?
This is great.
Yeah, and again, we thank Rachel, we thank Erica, we thank the whole team that helped work on this to
Heidi put edits
put
in.
this together. Yep. All right.
And Commissioner Roy, I think in particular on the secret shopper piece
Thank you.
for pushing it. Like you said many times, it's been here and we haven't done
I
it.
appreciate that a
We'll
lot.
do it.
Thank you so
It
much.
was you that kept
Thank
kept
you.
it going. So
Yeah, and it was social consumption that lit a fire under me, like, okay, we need to be prepared.
Yeah.
You know, and big board, and so, and I thank my colleagues so much for, you know, sticking with me through this process to help tie it to this and get it done and over the finish line. So
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And I agree. And when you started talking about the outdoor festival and my radar started twitching about how big the fences have to be and everything else, you have really been very thoughtful about making sure that we, probably that low hanging fruit for our exclusive licensees to be able to do. That's probably going to be step one. So anyway.
If I may then, so we just need to agree on the definition and then we're good, right? Like, when do we come back to the definition?
I'm not sure if what do you mean?
We have meetings.
We have
scheduled on
meetings.
Friday.
Yeah, so we're gonna, all right, so maybe your attorney,
Yeah,
Bruno, but,
for the public,
oh, yes, so okay, I thought you were asking, yeah, so Attorney Bruno, so we do have another meeting coming up in the short run to sort of dot the i's and cross the t's and get the feedback from you and any other staff that we need that.
Yes, Madam Chair. So I am happy to continue working on this, and I think it would be ideal to provide an updated draft to commissioners before Friday's public meeting with these updated changes. And if there's further discussion after that, we can make further changes, but I think the board has made their choices pretty clear. So I'm hoping that we can adopt that in the next draft, provide that for you all before Friday.
awesome.
Thank you.
Doesn't leave you a lot of time.
Yeah. So, Commissioner Stebbins.
Thank you, Chair. Because of other consensus we had on everything else, does that still position us well to make the deadline that we're under for exclusivity?
If I may, Madam.
Yes, please, Attorney Bruno.
Yes, so we are, this is making very good time. We had very, very, very short turnaround times, and I'll applaud the board for getting through all of this. Our deadline for filing with the secretary is Friday, March 13th. And so if we have if there's the possibility of a vote either on Friday or at the next Tuesday on the 10th, then we should be, the legal team will be in good shape to have this filed within the deadline.
That's, we can get this done by this Friday. I mean, unless.
Yeah, and if I may,
Right.
yeah, so, and then like, once we ratify it, if you will, then the legal team, and we include motion language to let you do ministerial edits, right? But you need time to do ministerial edits. So ideally, if we could wrap it up on a bow on Friday, that would give you time to do ministerial edits, right?
Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, that, yeah, through the chair, yes, Commissioner Roy, that would be ideal. So
Okay.
would be very welcomed.
Yep.
You have been doing yeoman's work, so.
Yeah.
For sure. All right, are there any, is there any new business not anticipated at time of posting? Hearing and seeing none. We will be next meeting and, just for the public, this will be remote. We're hoping that this will be a fairly quick meeting. It will be at noon time, beginning at noon time on March 6th. And,
No, you're right.
yes, right, March 6th, 12 o'clock. And it will be remotely, and you can look to the website to see how to access that. So that being said, if there are no further questions or comments, Commissioner Stebbins, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Commissioner Bennett, and we second that motion.
Second.
Having been moved and seconded, I'll take a call of the roll. Commissioner Roy,
Aye.
Commissioner Stebbins,
Aye.
Commissioner Bennett,
Aye.
chair votes aye. We unanimously adjourn until March 6th at 12 o'clock PM.